Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Happy Saturday. Big college football Saturday. Very scary day for a whole bunch of ranked teams, that's for sure. Let me grab the guy that we did last night here. Another Navarette Studios ring right here, and it's moving around. So there we go. Let's get those moved. So this is the one that we did last night right here. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry for all the delays. It's and still nowhere near. Actually, I didn't get a chance to get my next print going here before the stream. But here is last night's guy, and he's as you can see, he's dry enough to handle. I'm gonna actually move this way. Let me see if that's a little bit safer there. Here we're gonna try that violet lighting. Hey there, Dark Horse. Now, nice to see you. Happy Saturday. So we're going to try the violet lighting, and we'll see just how that goes. Just trying to position all my stuff here. That's not the right brush. Let's try this one instead here. So again, trying to go with more of a violet type of a vibe here. Maybe let's try right about there. And we want to use the Indanthrone blue with the violet, if you remember. On all this smoke stuff here. Hey there, Horns fan. It seems like everything worked out for the best there, Horns fan. It's been a scary, scary day. You had the easiest game. There was so many overtime games, 1-point games. It partially happened because, well, the number 2 team goes down. Granted to number 3, but still went down. And could have definitely won that game easily. Then you had a whole bunch of other ranked teams that either barely survived, like Bama should have gone down. Wouldn't you say, Horns fan? And Tennessee almost went down. Tennessee needed an overtime win. So yeah, JD, we were literally this close to seeing most of the top 10 extinguished. And that's pretty much how it's gonna be, right, Horns fan? I mean, it was, and even the Illinois game, that was another one where you had a 23rd ranked Illinois up against an unranked Purdue team with one win, and Illinois was up 27-3, and they needed overtime to win, and they needed a miracle just to get it to overtime. Oh, and then that's right, Penn State should have lost too, right, Horns fan? Yeah, USC should have won their game against, so you had a good chunk of the top 10 that really basically deserved to lose, wouldn't you say, Horns fan? Yeah, Horns fan, when they said something about none of the OSU offense had participated in a single Red River rivalry game, that's when you know maybe there's going to be a bit of an issue. Yeah, that was number 12 in name only, that's for sure. So nice to see you there, JD. But yeah, Penn State should have lost, Alabama should have lost, Tennessee should have lost. All of those, and also basically unranked teams. Because I don't think Uska is ranked anymore. Hey there, Blades. Sorry about that whole shading thing. Hopefully that's something that you can just kind of modify after the fact. I know you're not too happy about that. So nice to see you there, Blades. Yeah, there's Murderer's Row is definitely what's going to be happening, right, Horns fan? So yeah, Penn State needed overtime and a missed field goal in overtime to beat USC. Tennessee barely beats Florida. Florida was actually at a 10-0 lead in that game. And and Florida would have won it if their their starting quarterback and their starting running back hadn't gotten injured during the game. Yeah, Blades. Well, hopefully again you can maybe do a little bit of fixing on that afterwards. But Blades, you want to share anything? Well, yeah, I mean, there's folks here if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat there. Maybe not that light. I'm gonna go a little lighter there with the source lighting on the smoky stuff. Maybe a little bit of that over here. So great to see you again, Blades, as always. Let me fire up something here. So we're definitely establishing our purple glow fairly rapidly here. Everybody please check out the Insta link that Blades just shared. Everybody please give Blades a follow also. So Blades, sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you any messages today. I was just running around like crazy just to find the green stuff. Because this one had a whole lot of green stuff in that I had to do. Just to find the green stuff, which I was just using a day and a half ago. That took at least 2 hours to find that. And it was just it was one of them kind of days, we'll put it that way. Where I just couldn't find anything that I still can't find some of the pieces to a thing I was going to actually, I said, well, okay, maybe I just assemble this and use this for today. Couldn't find the rest of the pieces, which I know I printed. Yeah, Horns fan, I was figuring that, I mean, obviously out of the gate, there was definitely some rust, wouldn't you say? But it seems like all that settled in, and it all worked out for the best. So it's very, very simple. It's just Egyptian violet and white, and that's it. That is all this is. It is as easy peasy as can be. Let's do this. So yeah, I mean, and Iowa State wins. Well, Blades, hopefully you can just kind of chill out and relax. I know that the all of the plans for Canadian, I almost said Canadian New Year. There you go. Okay. Canadian Thanksgiving went a little bit pear-shaped there. Thank you so much, Inner Excellence. How you doing? Happy Saturday to you. That's 50 months worth for Inner Excellence. Thank you so much, Inner Excellence. I hope that you are doing well on this Saturday. Sorry that the streams have been starting so late. I know that can make it difficult for folks that want to see them. I'm glad that you're doing well, Inner Excellence. Yeah, Inner Excellence. This is this our 6th ring wraith now that we've painted on stream? Well, technically it's more like the 8th ring wraith we painted on stream, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, here's last night. So we did him last night. These are both from Navarette Studios. Now this is the one that's a little different. We did this one on Monday. That one is from Medusa Project there. I actually have another Medusa Project Wraith printing out now. Well, Blades, hopefully that was yummy there. I mean, if anything, hopefully at least that was very tasty. Hey there, Tippets, how you doing? And then we're gonna, just like we did on the other one, on the smoke there, we're gonna mix the Indanthrone blue and the violet together. See if we can hit just a little bit more of the light right over here. That's more like it. Yeah, Inner Excellence, I think you've seen the terrain that we've been printing out too and painting on the stream, right? Oh, I put together that elven boat. Of course, well, that was the other thing that went crazy is as I'm trying to put together, it popped out of my hands and dropped, and four of the oars broke. So not only did we have to put those back together again, but then one of the oars had just went flying. So I had to do a search just on the stupid oar. So that pretty much encapsulated the whole day right there. Now, well, Tippets, either way, I hope that whatever decision you make is well worth it and the right one. Now, so Inner Excellence, I wasn't sure if you were looking to print terrain, miniatures, of course, just basing bits. I mean, like right here, that casualty down there, that's just uh, that's just a little extra from Diwali. That is from one of their miniatures. Oh, that's right. I never made the build plate for all the new Diwali stuff. Okay, basically all the stuff from the new War of the Rohirrim movie. Now, Blades, did you end up with any leftovers at all? Or I guess, as we would say, a doggy bag. Of course, Cooper sees a doggy bag, and Cooper just assumes it's for me. Hey there, Michael. Nice to see you. Happy Saturday. I mean, you can see even on this one here. I mean, not only is the wraith printed, but all the extra stones and stuff on the base, those are all printed. So this entire thing printed. Again, it's really, 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 really nice to be able not just print stuff, but also have basing bits like, well, this is all printed as well. The printed branches and trees and the printed the printed rider there. So, Michael, it was quite the college football Saturday. Actually, it's still continuing. It ain't over yet because, well, let's see. Actually, LSU trails by only 1 point to Ole Miss. That's basically an elimination game. Whoever loses that game, their playoff chances are fini. So yeah, this it ain't over yet, JD. There's more upsets waiting to happen. We're only in what, week 6 or something like that, and we're already talking about elimination. So LSU must have scored, and then they were waiting to kick the extra point. I can't see anything except just the score. Yeah, sadly, that's all I can just see is just a score thing. I don't even have the play-by-play. Nah, that's too wide. No, and by the way, 13 minutes in, we already have our OSL established. So yeah, there was all kinds of either 1 point games, overtime games. It's been absolutely insane. Now, granted, there were a few rivalry games, although one of the main rivalry games was one of the few blowouts of the day. How's about we welcome in Painting Badly? Well, Painting Badly, you were painting very well on that still life there. That was looking really fabulous, and of course, everybody, please give Painting Badly a follow. And of course, Painting Badly, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for the raid, of course. Hey there, Cyber Techno. Nice to see ya. So, Painting Badly, this is yet another Wraith on Fellbeast. This one is 3D printed from Navarette Studios. 14 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. We just established our source lighting there. This is the one we painted last night. So that was about a 5-ish hour one there. Also from Navarette Studios. me see if we can grab this one. It's a little tricky, but there you go. Also 3D printed. This one from Navarette Studios here. I think we've painted, what, 4 of them this week? Monday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, this will be the 4th Wraith we painted this week. This is the one we painted on Monday. Now this one is from Medusa Project, so a different sculptor, and this is the Knight of Umbar, so that's why it's got kind of an aquatic feel to it right there. Horns fan, that's shade of 4th and 31, right, for Alabama last year. So painting badly again. You want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. So painting badly, yeah, that still life was looking really nice there. And of course, this is painted in oils as well. Yes, the Linseed Fellowship is more expansive than people think. So everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Painting Badly just shared. And please give Painting Badly a follow if you could. I'm going to continue this a little further. So now we're going to start hitting this with some of our darker glazes, I think. Nope, not that one. We'll use maybe this guy right here. So please, everybody, check out that link that Painting Badly just shared. I think we're going to go with our, well, in this case, well, it's Payne's Gray with the violet. So we do actually have Payne's Gray Violet over there, but this is a much more intense version and also a much darker version. So Egyptian Violet, Williamsburg style, and Payne's Gray, Williamsburg style. Just trying to create a pin line washer. I know I'm going to get me some more thinner into you. So again, everybody please check out that link that Painting Badly just posted. There we go. A little bit of pin line washi action. Then we'll come back with our mid-tones and some of our other opposing colors. But right now, what this will do is, you know what, I can actually zoom in here. Be a little easier to see that. There you go. You can see how that just kind of expands all by itself right there. Just letting it do its thing. Darker that is, the lighter this is. Hey there, Russian Blue. Nice to see ya. Everybody please give Russian Blue Art a follow. So Russian Blue, I hope that you're doing well. I want to hit this too with the violet. Yep, that's really going to darken that down. So again, this one right here is 3D printed from Navarette Studios. I've got basically all of the specialty rates that Navarette Studios sculpted. I also have Smaug. I also have the Warwick Chieftain and a bunch of Dol Amroth figures. So great to see you there, Russian Blue. Of course, Russian Blue, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Now, this could even wander all the way around to the other side of our Fell Beast here, because this is genuine capillary action, and not the pretend capillary action that you get in acrylics. This here's the real deal. Look at that, see, I just wandered all the way over here. Difference here is that if I wanted to, I could actually mix with that lighter, the lighter violet that we put down here earlier. And just like the one last night, I was just handling that's basically dry, and it was entirely painted with oils. So yeah, Russian Blue was a very simple violet. It was just it was Egyptian violet, a little bit of Fast matte white. That's all it was. That's it. There's nothing else. I'm gonna chuck a little bit more of our, yeah, down here in those crevices. I'll hit this too with our violet. Just like that. And try and get a couple little darks in there. This one required a ton of green stuff. I actually had to sculpt a basically a strap for the saddle because this was the first one that really did not line up. It was almost a bit more like the what was that one from Medusa Project? Well, I don't remember what they have some unusual names for their different fell beasts and wraiths because obviously they're trying to avoid the whole GW thing. So it's a little hard to remember what they call them. Yeah, I know what I'm using them for. Let's see, this is my Harad themed wraith right here. So that's the Betrayer, and that's matched up to my Harad army. That is also from Navarette Studios, and we got this one. I think we painted this one up on Thursday. He's got himself some tasty Rohan snacks right there. And a little bit of red glowy stuff, also again from Navarette Studios. But those casualties, I think those are 3D printed from Medberry Miniatures. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Russian Blue shared. There's our dark down in there. So by making all this darker, as you can see, our source lighting, that really that starts to stand out. Now let's start to mess around maybe with some of our smoky stuff here. Let me see what we're going to try and do with this. Not super sure, but we were going to take, there's the Endanthrin blue. Also some of the violet. And try and get some of this into the smoke here. So the smoke is almost kind of got sort of like a nighttime appearance. I don't necessarily want the smoke to be glowing. So we're going to try and just work some of that into here. Like so. I'm going to have to be flipping this thing around quite a bit. This one might be the heaviest of all of them because all of this, all the smoke and everything, that is 100% solid. So this is heavy. Basically everything on here is solid. Nothing is hollow. Which again makes it kind of heavy for toting around. I mean, I'll have a little teensy bit of glow maybe coming off of the smoky stuff there, but again, that's got to be kind of kept to a minimum, because otherwise we're going to lose our main source lighting, right? That is this up here. We're also going to have to find some interesting kind of opposing colors for the fell beast himself. We've been going kind of with the ogre and the, well, are not burnt umber. So Russian blue, I think it might. It probably is one of my Easterling conversions that I did, or maybe one of my I did scratch sculpt a few Lord of the Rings figures. I think it's probably some of my Easterlings, either that or, well, there was the Eowyn figure that I scratch sculpted. I really enjoyed that. So there again, the Indanthryn blue with the violet, and then some of this. Where is my... Of course, where's my Faramir that I made? He's floating around here somewhere, I think. Oh, no, that's the Faramir. I wanted my I don't think I have. I was looking for my Imrahil. Where did he go? Actually, I do enjoy that one. That was a very fun diorama to do. We'll have to do that one again. But yeah, I'm not seeing my Imrahil here. More of that crazy blue. Again, that's the Indanthryn blue. We'll go a little bit lighter down into the interior on some of these. So you can see we got kind of the tan going there, and that's again to have a little bit of a differential from all the blues and the violet and all that stuff. But here it should reflect at least a little bit on the Hill Beast. So let's see, did we paint that one on snow? No, that was the videos. That was a tutorial series, yeah, on the Patreon page. That Galadriel versus the Necromancer. I think it was at least a two-part episode. That was a three-parter because the first part we constructed the diorama. Then the second one we painted all the stuff on the base. We painted our 2D art backdrop, and then the third was painting Galadriel herself and then getting her on that base and meshing everything together. Hey there, Elite. How you doing? Yes, Elite. This was yet another absolutely fabulous day in college football. I mean, the excitement level is just like exponentially higher for Saturdays than it is on Sundays because every day is an elimination day. I mean, basically from this point forward, every game is a playoff game. And that's, we're only in the 6th week. And it's essentially a 13-week season. So we basically have 7 more weeks of playoffs before the playoffs begin. I actually, Horns fan, I was very skeptical about conference realignment, but I think I have to say that I think maybe that's what's generated this, is all the conference realignment. I keep thinking, Horns fan, that maybe there's some teams that kind of regret that. Because I think there's some, well, obviously teams like USC and stuff that are not going to sniff the playoffs now, who at least in their, if they had stayed in the Pac-10, they had a chance. Washington, I think Washington also lost today, didn't they? Yeah, so another top 20 overtime. Yeah, Elite, we had almost a complete wipeout of the top 12. It took some of the top teams overtime to beat unranked opponents. It was an absolutely insane college football Saturday, which makes it just that much more glorious. There we go. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit of the violet projected onto there. Yeah, this is more of a bluish violet, not the same type of violet as what we have over here. Maybe we want to leave some of that dark though, because again, we do want that to be the Shadow Lord. So we're trying to emphasize this being a little bit darker here. And there is no way to do this in subassembly. You put it all together and you deal with it as it is. That's kind of how this thing goes. And like I was saying earlier, this one required a whole bunch of green stuff work. That's for sure. We're just going to keep on sticking this here down into all of those recesses there. As we say, thank you very much to Roger. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. Happy Saturday/Sunday. So that is 49 months worth. So Roger, I hope that your day was a fun one. You got to enjoy it. Maybe have get some miniatures painted. Maybe get in some games. A whole other area over here we haven't hit yet. Oh, and by the way, this thing that looks so light here, this is actually very dark. I mean, here I got that brush next to yellow. Look, I mean, it looks like black compared to that. But on here, it looks lighter because we've already done a decent job of getting some of those really hefty darks in there. Yeah, we'll get some more of that on the Fill Beast here. I'll have that project out onto the wing a little. More on this wing. Haven't even done any of our darker glazy stuff on here yet. Except for a little bit of the darker violet here where we've got our source lighting. That's it. So yeah, there's all kinds of 1-point games. I wonder if I don't know if this sets a record for overtime games in one weekend, but overtime games involving ranked teams, I think it just might, right, Horns fan? That might at least come close. Where's something I can use as a blending brush? Maybe we'll just try it. There we go. Ah, look at that. Number 9 goes down. So we almost lost half of the top 10, right, Horns fan? If Bama had lost and Tennessee had lost, that's 2 more top 10 right there. There's my blending brush. And if Penn State had lost, that's 3 right there. Tennessee, Bama, Penn State, that would have been 3 top 10s. Ohio State is gone. So well, 4. We were going to lose the 4th, whether it was Ohio State or Oregon. Nope, not on that side. Not on that side. And keeping that blending brush handy, especially now that I have a little bit of the dry brush stuff out there. I actually have something I can even mix with here. Again, that's a little bit of the Andantharin blue, a little bit of the violet, and then some of our ice blue, tiny bit of that to make it a little lighter. I'm trying to think of what other top 10 team either struggled or almost got wiped out. Of course, we still have more top 20 because we got Kansas State playing the Buffs. Back to this. Well, it's more of a dark middle tone at this point. It's not really a light. I think dark middle tone is about the best way we can describe that. Where'd my blending brush go again? So the College Football Report brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network. How you doing there, Ryan? So Ryan, the Cyclones, actually I think they're going to go into the top 10 there, Ryan. Now, of course, it would have if Bama and Tennessee had lost. I could see Iowa State potentially being like a 6 or 7. So sorry that didn't happen for you there, Ryan. But good chunk of the top 10 either got wiped out or had really rough games. Yeah, Horns fan, I actually got to see the very end of that because I was just waiting on some prints there to finish, and I just had it on the phone. And Purdue gets the onside. There was 2 onside kicks. That's the other thing, Horns fan. There was 2 onside kicks that were recovered. And that's how South Carolina almost beat Bama, was recovering that onside kick. Yeah, and Horns fan, I think they'd still be playing if they hadn't gone for 2 in overtime. I understand why they did it, but that's when they called that, I said, "Oh, I think that's actually good for Illinois." I'm wondering, Horns fan, if we're just going to start to see more onside kicks with the Aussie rules players now that are very pervasive in college. Well, now the NFL too. So yep, South Carolina scored, what was that, 17 points? Or they scored 9 points in 9 seconds. And I think they ended up scoring 12 points right before halftime. So you can see how we're starting to lighten that up a little bit here. Horns fan, I think that's about 5 games worth of points for them. So Ryan, if you want to share your Instagram link with the fabulous oil painted miniatures, please go ahead and do that. So congratulations, Ryan, on a potential top 10 appearance for Iowa State. Everybody please check out that Insta link that Ryan just posted. So Ryan, I'm starting to wonder if actually if Colorado loses this, well, let's see, what is K-State? I don't know if it's either K-State or Iowa State would be on top of the conference. Well, it's definitely Florida State, dark horse, because they're eliminated. Georgia and Alabama, believe it or not, still have their own destiny in their hands. While they are having a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, Florida State is. I would expect the coach to be fired at the end of this year. As again, we're adding some more of that lighter. Some more of our lighter stuff down here in the crevices there. Yeah, Horns fan, I do believe that speaking of a lot of points, I think Army put 40 out there, and one of them was something like a 60-yard touchdown pass. So, of course, we're hoping for somehow one of the service academies to make it into the playoffs. It's unlikely. I realize that because they don't exactly play in. Well, there's no P5 conferences anymore, are there? So yeah, Armored Wolf. I was almost wondering if he was going to get shown the door after last year. And Miami was another team that barely survived. That was another team that should have lost last week. Let me hit the blending brush to that there. So you can see that it's kind of getting a nice little deep blue glow inside there. We'll have to sorry, hit this more with some of our later stuff too. We'll have to get some darker glazy things on him. Yeah, Armored Wolf, it's not quite Jimmy Johnson era, but I think they'll take it. Yeah, I think they'll be happy being where they're at, because well, you could be where Florida State is. Now, of course, the Irish, they're kind of making somewhat of a comeback after losing to Northern Illinois. But their fall was early, so they have a chance to kind of recover from that. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Nice to see ya. So, well, Nurgle, I mean, this is somewhat Nurgly, and I will be printing out some Nurgle figures, and we'll be doing something kind of like that with those Nurgly guys. Hey there, Recoil. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Of course, Recoil, definitely share your Insta links there in the chat. And everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow if you could. So Recoil, it was a fantastic day in college football. It was every bit, well, I mean, I got disappointed. There was a couple of upsets that didn't happen. And by didn't happen, we're talking about micro fractions of an inch differences and them losing and winning. So again, everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow. And Nurgle Matthew, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Ryan, I don't know if that was a road game. I think it was a road game that Iowa State played today, right? So I'm thinking you didn't actually get a chance to be live in the stands for that one. So you can see, right? It's starting to catch a little bit of the blue glow there. Now, Rico, we're going to be streaming later tonight. I know it kind of depends a bunch of different factors. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of that light all the way down into here somehow. All the way down into there. And by light, I mean dark mid-tone. Yeah, everything is relative. So Central Florida. Well, I'm sure they're in the Pac-10 now, right? Central Florida. No, they're in the Mountain West. I mean, a place where they naturally belong. Uh, I don't even know if the Mountain West Conference exists anymore because Boise State, right, they're in the Pac-10 now, aren't they? And they are beating Hawaii. I guess the question is, can the Smurf turf return to prominence again? Now, sorry I didn't get to do the stream in there last night, Recoil. Hopefully nothing too crazy going on at the homestead there. Let me try and squeeze in. Oh, definitely here. We need some more of that light going down into there. And now the blending brush over here. Oh yeah, we got nothing in there of the lighter variety. We're just gonna, again, try and shove something down in there. Take the blending brush here. So Central Florida, a natural Big 12 team right there. Actually, I don't think Central Florida was in the ACC, were they? I don't remember them being in the ACC. It does seem like Clemson has a clear glide path to the playoffs now. I'm trying to think of another. Oh, well, maybe not. Not with. I assume Miami is still in the ACC. Well, that's good recoil. Now this is another zone here where we gotta get this darker mid-tone bluish gray down into these recesses here. This is going to be a little bit, it's going to be a bit laborious doing this because there's a ton of this stuff. But once this is done, it also means that there's not a whole bunch on the actual fell beast as far as just maybe reflecting some of the whatever light is given off by this. Due to the, proximity, right? So still, wow, yeah, the Horns fan, what's going on here? It's like there's been no change at all anywhere. Everybody's still in the ACC, sort of, kinda. Blending brush. Where did you go? Which one are we using? This one. More of that down here. Again, so this is indanthrone blue, some of our violet, and then some of the ice blue. Blending brush. Hit that out here. Let me see, 49 minutes ago, this had, of course, no paint on it, right, Green Fairy Studios? How you doing? So Green Fairy Studios, hopefully maybe this weekend you've had a chance to do a little bit of painting or terrain building or both, or playing some games. And of course, Green Fairy, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Michael, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to share some of yours. I know that you have a whole ton of new things there. But if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, like always. I'm gonna try and get some of this down into here and over here now. I think I might actually go to a... So, do I use one of these? No. I have... What is this one here? I got this thing. I might try to use this here guy. Yeah, so, yeah, Horns fan, then that conference championship game, that wouldn't... that wouldn't be for the Commander-in-Chief's trophy either. So they would have to play to win their conference, and then they would also have to play, well, obviously Army-Navy for the Commander-in-Chief's trophy. So yeah, Horns fan, that's going to be 2 crazy weeks in a row. Holy smokes. I'm telling you, it just gets better and better and better. Okay. Somehow we accidentally picked up some of our Payne's Gray, so we're going to get that out of the brush there. And we'll just have to go over here and do a new mix. Gotta get some of the violet in there. And then again, rest ice blue. Ice blue is a big part of this mix. Of course, well, geez, you can't watch a Tennessee game, and even when they're not doing very well, you don't hear Rocky Top like 400 times. If that game is in Neyland Stadium, which it was. So yeah, Elite, there was not just crucial college games, you also had rivalry week. So Elite, imagine that, say, the Chiefs and the Bills, they had to play in a conference championship game just to get in the playoffs to get eventually to a conference championship game. And they are the most, actually more like Chiefs Raiders or something like that, like a really old time rivalry. Because Army Navy, they've been playing that game for at least probably 110 years or so. Probably more than that. I think, well, let's see. Air Force used to be in the Western Athletic Conference, right? With BYU. Actually, is BYU in the Big 12 now? Speaking of, I think BYU just managed to survive also. A little bit more of the Indanthrone blue in there. Blending brush, it's always at the ready there. So BYU is in the Big 12. So that means there's a bunch of actually all the undefeated teams are all outside of the Big 10 and outside the SEC, with the exception of Texas. And of course, what was it? Oh yeah, Velfera's hashtag no undefeateds. Back to me blending brush here. There we go. some of it down in here. Let's continue that out a little further. Now here you can see there's a little more precision to it. Not quite so slapdash. Thanks, Nergo Matthew. It's really mostly the Indanthrone blue, which was a color just kind of, it's an accidental color. It was not really one that I was necessarily thinking about. It just happened to, I think it was, the Richardson one. And it was during, obviously, one of the big sales on Dick Blick. I really want to try to do an army base on it, because as you can see, it has a touch of violet to it. I don't know. I think that Big 12 Conference Championship game might be a little more interesting than it has been in recent times. You know what? I'm going to carry that light all the way out to there. Yeah, actually, we were covering that game, Horns fan. Yeah, we were covering that game on the stream last night as the Utes went down to the Sun Devils. You know, I'm like, oof, okay. I wanted a little bit of thinner, not that much. We'll roll with it. We'll see how it goes. So you see it's a whole lot lighter, but then we're going to take the blending brush here and see how that just sort of tones that down. I guess midnight blue. I always like to think of it amethyst. That was a color that Reaper used to have. And this Indanthrone blue is a bit like that amethyst blue. Now we cross over. You know, I'm gonna get whoops, a little more thinner on this because we need to get that filled in a little more. Again, using the blending brush. So see how that kind of creates a nice little bit of a, not necessarily a glow, but just some kind of effect other than, well, it would be very easy to just do the lighter dry brush on the raised surfaces here. It does look more like smoke or with some kind of internal whatever if the light's coming from within instead of just, again, a lighter dry brush on the exterior. So thanks, Nergo Matthew. Appreciate that. Blending brush again. And we are 58 minutes in, so we're just about 1 hour in. And we've done all of this, right, in basically just an hour. Try and lighten you up a little bit down here. So Iowa State's going to have to play K-State. That will be an interesting game. And I think no conference has multiple teams in the playoffs, right? Right, Horns fan? Or can you have basically a conference champion and an outlier? I just thought, well, maybe that was another reason for the mega conferences. I was going to catch a little bit more of the lighter stuff there, but maybe we'll let that go. Got with the blending brush here. I might need a blending brush that has a little less stuff in it. Yeah, our blending brush is getting a little bit crowded with some paint on it there. So, here's another one that has no paint on it. Either Velfera. Well, that would be, I'm sure that's going to look sensational, Nurga Matthew. So, Velfera, we almost had a huge portion of the top 10 wiped out. They were overtime games galore. There were at least 2 onside kicks. And of course, we've Tennessee last week and Ohio State this week, the quarterback running out the clock instead of just going down, spiking the ball, going out of bounds or whatever. So yeah, we've had 2 instances now of quarterbacks just losing track of time. We're going to take our blending brush to that. So it was pretty much every bit as glorious as we hoped it would be, Velfera, for a college football Saturday. Well, Rico, remember how we told you that the number of NFL stadiums that hold 100,000 is 0? The number of NFL stadiums that hold 80,000, I think, is 1. There are, 13 different stadiums, Horns fan, that have, in college football, that have over 100,000 seats. So yeah, LSU, Texas A&M, USC, Michigan. I think even Alabama's has 100,000. Of course, Neyland Stadium there in Tennessee. Because there's such a big, there's only 32 NFL teams, and there's a whole boatload of colleges. So yeah, Horns fan, wasn't it Conference USA that Notre Dame, didn't they briefly, weren't they part of the Big East very briefly at one point, but they're always an independent? Now, I think that the independent status always kind of got them in trouble when it came for playoffs and for the Final Four. The other thing you have to figure, recoil, that it's not just college football. To me, college basketball is much bigger than the NBA. The Final Four is watched by far more people than the NBA ever is. And then you also, well, heck, you even have the Frozen Four and ice hockey. You also have the College World Series. You have college volleyball, track, gymnastics. So they reside in the Big East for everything. Just that makes a, yeah. I was just thinking there, Horns fan. That's gonna make it a little bit difficult to get into the NCAAs if they don't have themselves a conference. Forgot our little bit of light down here. Blending brush again. Yeah, so Rico, for me, college football has always been exponentially favored over the NFL. Because again, there's so many different schools. It's far easier for you to have a local team close to you. Whereas again, with the NFL, you only have 32 and you got to spread those out all across the country. Back to my blending brush here. Now, we never really did get too much of our light down into there. What's happening with this? Let's see if we can get a little bit of light poking out of there. Yeah, Valfera, fortunately, there's enough out there, especially with, well, you could even say Illinois, Vandy, well, of course, Army, Navy. A lot of those guys not going to the NFL necessarily. So fortunately, there's still enough of that. Maybe not as much as there used to be, right, Valfera? Nah, maybe we won't fool around with trying to get too much light down in there. A little more thinner, maybe. Tiny bit thinner. A little more of the ice blue. Ooh, no, that's going to be too late up there. Okay, now that I've got some of it taken away, now it's okay to go up in there. So it looks like K-State is starting to pull away from Colorado there. So yeah, just think of it this way. Let's see, how many? If you live in Kansas, just think of how many teams there is. Okay, you live in Texas. You have Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Texas. I think there's a Texas State, right? And then you have all the other even smaller school. Well, then you have things. I think Tulane. They're not from Louisiana, right? They're from Texas. And then you've got, well, University of Houston. You also have, who is it I'm thinking of? Get down in there. TCU. Yeah, TCU. That's another one. That's, that's for sure, Hoods fan. Yeah, Valfera, a little bit of daylight makes the cockroaches go away. Just throw out the daylight. Let me see if I can't lighten this up a little more down in here. Also over here. So again, you can see that juxtaposition, right, of the violet with our blue. I'm even going to try and make a little teensy bit of that here. We haven't done any of our darker glazy stuff out there either. That's going to happen too. No sense in doing that until we get further along with our smoky stuff here. And again, that's 1 hour and 8 minutes ago. This had no paint on it. Now, let's do some stuffs up here. Push it down in there. We grab the blending brush, and then we'll just do this. That certainly happened fast, didn't it? So you got 13 bowl FBS schools there in Texas. Let's see, Ohio. Well, you got Ohio State, Miami of Ohio, regular Ohio University. right, gonna get the light down in there. Didn't quite get all the way in there. There we go. Now it's in there. Down here. Let's see. I think Louisiana has. I think Tulane is another Louisiana school. Florida's got a bunch. Miami, Central Florida, South Florida, regular Florida, Florida State. Actually, I would think that Florida has to be at least 7. Oh yeah, Akron. Oh, and Bowling Green. I think Kent State might also be. Actually, is a SMU from Texas? So where is Southern Methodist from? Are they from Texas or are they from Louisiana? So yeah, Elite, you have to figure basically every state has a state school because you'll have Texas and then you'll have Texas State. But then you have again some of those other ones like TCU thrown in there. Speaking of purple, right, and horned frogs. So SMU is a Texas. I thought so. Uh, so I gotta be careful with the lighter stuff in the blue here because we'll lose our source lighting there, won't we? And being this violet, we can't go a whole lot lighter than that. Now the darker glazy stuff that did actually help a bunch. To bring that out. Where's that blending brush again over here? Fine, I'll throw a little bit more of the light on that. I wasn't going to, but it does actually make a nice little contrasty there with the wing. Is that smoke also? Okay, well, we have to make that lighter too. No problem, then we'll get our blending brush in there. That's right, Texas El Paso. Yeah, and North Texas, that's the one in Denton. That university is located close to the Reaper factory. In fact, yeah, I think when you're at ReaperCon and you're going back and forth, you end up kind of going past North Texas several times. You can see the stadium from the interstate. I'm gonna blending brush you back a little bit there. Oh, now this might be interesting if I have a little bit of this as a sort of a, yeah, there we go. I'm tempted to throw a little bit of that out here. I'm going to do that just because. Wasn't going to originally, but I am now. So Michael can confirm that it's just a few exits away from ReaperCon. It's funny, Michael. I'd never heard of North Texas until started going to ReaperCon. Oh, geez, Baylor. I forgot all about Baylor, Horns fan. Holy smokes. Boy, oh boy. Well, between the almost no sleep last night, And I almost fell asleep on, well, I think the last 3 or 4 streams I've almost fallen asleep on. I think I might have got 4 hours of sleep last night, maybe. I'm kind of liking this, the blue working its way onto the wraith, to the Felbeast there. Nice to see you there, Landrast. Hopefully it's been another fun hobby weekend at Chez Landrast. The it used to just be rankings recoil, and in the old days, you didn't even have conference championship games. You certainly didn't have a national championship game. I think it was it maybe what 15-ish years ago that they started the college playoff. Nah, it wasn't that. It was only maybe 10 years ago that they started doing the college playoff. Because I can clearly remember a day when there was no national championship game, and just at the end of the season, the teams that were ranked the highest, they were the ones that were going to be the national champion. So elite, that's what makes it so much fun, because again, you have people that aren't going to be playing in the NFL, and well, the reason why you have some of these upsets is because well, those kids play harder because they're not going to be making any money from this. They're just it's all for the love of the game, and you're seeing it more and more now. Actually, is that the NFL just kind of pirates all of the prospects. I'm glad you were able to get some work done on the elves there, Landrast. And of course, the other aspect, recoil, is the traditions. So, like today, the Illinois Purdue game, everything else aside, they were playing for a trophy. Just what is it, the Apple Cup, right? Where it's Washington and Washington State, Indiana and Purdue. I forget what they play for. And then somebody plays for who plays for the old Oaken Bucket? I think that's Minnesota, Wisconsin. So recoil, think of it this way. Think of just basically okay, regional, right? Every year Sydney and Melbourne play for a trophy. It's within the regular footy season, but whoever wins gets that trophy and bragging rights, and that's what especially the kids that are not going to the next level, that's what they're playing for. And just to take a look at the celebrations that happen, like say when Vanderbilt beat Alabama, where they tore down the goalpost, carried it several miles to the river, and dumped it in the river. I'm right with you on that, Velfira. Nope, I am totally a-okay with that. So Texas Christian and Southern Methodist, they play for the Iron Skillet. So again, it's and just like Army Navy, they're playing for the Commander in Chief trophy, and it's just those two teams. Yeah, this is not some league-wide trophy or something. This is literally a trophy between two teams that play each other every year, in some cases for over 100 years. There we go. All right. Little, I guess that's going to have to be brought out to that edge. Ooh, no, no, not that far. There we go. Blending brush to the rescue. Ah, they're the ones that play for the old Oaken bucket. Let me see. Nope, that's too late. Let's back up to our Dancer Blue for a little bit of dry brushy stuff on this area right here. I think we got a little bit on our smoky stuff there. That's okay. Ooh, we got nothing going on over here. You know what, let me get a little bit of the thinner into that. I should also get maybe some of that violet in there. We don't want to forget that. Ah, okay. This is, yeah, another area that was kind of lacking in some of our later stuff here. Yeah, so sometimes those trophies, they get some rough handling after the game. Horns, well, it's the one true, you get the one true ring, Horns fan. That's what you get. You get the one true ring. You don't get individual rings. Like for all the players that win, you just get one ring, and that's it. See if I can go, yeah, a little bit more of the, nope, some thinner too. Got some more of the ice blue on there, maybe a little bit of that violet. There we are. This also needs a little bit of lighter stuff there. There we are. So Rico, also too, I mean, we have 50 states here, right? And every state has their own state schools, and there are interstate rivalries. And then you also have the fact that this has been going on for, well, college football, again, well over 100 years. I mean, just think of it this way. The oldest team in the NFL is the Bears, and basically they were created in the early 1920s. So I guess if you win the championship, instead of going to Disneyland, are you going to Mordor? There we are. Instead of the Magic Kingdom, you go to Mordor or whatever. So essentially, I mean, you have, well, think of, okay, in the NFL, you got 4 teams in each division. And nobody here cares about the chefs. I can guarantee you that. But when it comes to the Vikings and the Packers and the Lions, that's a whole different ball of wax. Even if your team is bad, you'll still take the time to root against the other teams. Now, I might also think about start doing a little bit of dry brushy stuff with our knot. No, let me do a little bit of glazy stuff first. Now let's try some dry brushy things here first. Let's do that, shall we? So 1 hour 25 minutes ago, this of course had no paint on it whatsoever. You know what? Let me do something with our darker glazes on him right away, because that we know we got to do something on him. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the Payne's Gray Violet over here. I might have to throw out some more of our brown ochre. Yeah, look at that. I might have to get some more of that out there. All right, here we go. I might also have to get some more Van Dyke Brown out here too. Blammo. I just gotta get some darks down in here. And I guess to recoil, you have to figure that you've got all these other franchises too, right? Because you have basketball, football, baseball, hockey. There's so many other sports. Like right now, you have the baseball playoffs going on. And then when baseball gets started up again, that's when you have the hockey and basketball playoffs going on. Okay, so now you can see we've toned him down, and we could. Ooh, yes, I do have some sponges over here. We can even do just a teensy bit of spongy stuff on him. But now that have we been using our bigger brush to do blending stuff? Should we? No, let's just use it. We're gonna use it. We're gonna go like this. Take some of this. Even a little bit of our violet there. No, violet, not the blue. Trying to get a little bit of some kind of warmer stuff going on here. Yeah, there we are. This too. Because now we can see some texture. Then when we do our much darker glazes, we'll see some more texture in there. Paul Bunyan's axe. I should have known that. Good grief. Should have known that. Now, I forget what... how is it? Is it Illinois, Wisconsin? No, it's Illinois, Purdue. They play for the Cannon. That's right. Now, I'm pretty sure that Purdue and Indiana, they have... I'm sure they play for something. And then, of course, you have, I would say, probably West Virginia and Pitt. That's kind of a natural serious rivalry there. I bet you they have some kind of a trophy that they are fighting over. Alright, was to get a little bit more of our fast matte white in there. And then we'll do the darker glaze stuff. Ooh, let's get some of that out here too, shall we? And there. Okay. Some here. Sorry, we're twisting this around in all kinds of weird ways. I might use this right here. Ah, there we go. That one's got some really stiff bristles on there. So Harvard and Yale since 1875, Yale and Princeton since 1873. So again, that kind of gives you an idea of how old college football is. It's essentially about 50 years older than the NFL. And even the Bears were not the Bears. They were originally the Chicago Staleys. They became the Bears because they started playing in Wrigley Field, home of the Cubs. There. So let me see what we got going on the ventral side here. We've been doing a lot on the dorsal side. Let's get some more stuff going down here. Nah, not up there. That doesn't matter. We'll be hitting that with some of our darker glaze stuff anyhow. More dry brushy stuff. That's why, well, I'm already been handling the wraith that we painted last night. He's basically dry. I'm not going to put any varnish on him anyway, but if I wanted to, I would be waiting a little bit before I did that. But yeah, here's, that's the one we did last night right there. Now, what's interesting, recoil, is that well, it depends where you live, but high school football is monstrous here. Texas, of course, is probably the kingdom of high school football. But think of high school football is to college what college is to the NFL. It's basically a big recruitment thing. I want to get some of my really light stuff going on there now. I do believe, where's our? Yep, that's where this guy comes from. He's from the Sauron or Sauron kit there. I think now it's time to maybe drop in some more of our light here. Maybe if that's too much, where that new, there you are. See, I could just take the edge off of that a little bit there. Now, do we get? Oh, let's get some stuff on the face. I just realized. Holy smokies! Here, let's use this and do that. There. That was difficult, wasn't it? So I'm gonna have to go, what's missing somewhere? It's like, oh yeah, I never did hit this with any of the later stuff. Basically just took what I'm putting out on the wings. That's ending up over here. Oh look, there we go. So I think now, man, we're just about, I think, time for some darker glaze stuff. Let me see how this is gonna play out here. I'll try using maybe this brush here. That's the violet color there. which is maybe going to get a touch of the. I keep wanting to call it shadow gray now, but that's the Payne's gray from Williamsburg. Let me darken that down some more. Like this. I just touch it there, and then we let it go wherever it's going to go. That's just too big of a brush. I kind of need some almost in between those. Let me see if this. No, that's yeah, okay. Let's see what this will do. Ah, that might just work. So that all I have to do is just touch it, and it just spreads out all on its own. A little more of that. Again, that's the Payne's gray there. So sort of a bluish tint to this. It's almost like there's some of the perline black out there. Oh yeah, we'll do the spots on the wings too. That's right. Since the wings aren't really affected all that much by any of the source lighting, even better. Now that is some genuine perline black there. That's our dark green. So it starts to bring out some of that texture. Where is this one here? So that's what we're going to be doing on the wings. The spot motif there. There. So Landrast, hopefully you've been able to get again more and more work done on those elves. That was a really nifty multi-level thing. That would be really fun to play some MESBG on that Landrast. That would be super cool. More of the blue. Now some center, and then we start to spread this around. See, but if we start brushing that, then we're gonna start doing all kinds of blending. We don't want to do that, at least not at this stage. Valfear, let's see. Well, I guess there hasn't been anything from what is it? Oh, Curio. That's the one that I'm really itching for there. Okay, now it's got more of just the brown in it. And then we'll let all that stuff have a chance to set. It looks super shiny right now. Oh, you give it about 15 minutes, not going to be so shiny. Landra, I did print up a second one of those. And Landras, well, I don't know, maybe tomorrow night or something I'll be able to send you pictures of the, it was the dragon ship that I painted, the one from Printable Scenery. I actually did put that one together today. glued the pieces together. We catch a little more of our dirt down there. I'll go a little stronger with the Payne's Gray and some of those glazes there. So again, that is going to get way less shiny. Ooh, yeah, here's a... Sure, we're fine, we'll just use that. We still have some of our Perline Red sitting out there. That'll combo up with some of our violet over here. Oh, the other thing I was trying to do today was to clean up all the different pieces for that Powys that I printed out, the Easterling Powys, so that I can try and get those pieces at least with some spray stuff on them. I guess, well, maybe we chose a good time to stream because I wonder if there's going to be a whole bunch of people streaming that and then Twitch is going to be all twitchy. That's something to consider there, Recoil. Is it sometimes when there's a big release and a whole bunch of people are streaming something like that? Yeah, sometimes things go boom when that happens. Well, at least for the rest of us. Because basically Twitch will take... It robs from the poor and gives to the rich, so to speak, when it comes to bandwidth. So yeah, if there's some big streamer or whatever streaming that a new video game or something, it will throw the priority onto them and take that away from us, as we learned the hard way here years ago. I think he's I don't think he's got a glove on or not. Now I'm going to try and get some of the darker stuff here on the Philbeast before we get into some rust over there. And what are we at? So 1 hour 42 minutes. 1 hour 42 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was, as we say, a blank canvas miniature. Thank you so much, Silent by Design. Appreciate that raid. Everybody, please give Silent by Design a follow. So, let's see, we're 1 hour 43 minutes into our latest ring wraith. We're doing all kinds of little different glow here. We got this sort of smoky, bluish, gray glow going on here. We have a violet glow going on over there. We've been basically doing a ring wraith on every stream. This was last night right here. Of course, still working with the oils. Here's another little different motif there, kind of an aquatic motif on that ring. That is the Knight of Umbar. This one is for our Harad army. Most of these are Navarette Studios. And we're about to start doing, and this one we did was this Friday, I think. This was actually that wasn't our Thursday one, was it? Anyway, we're going to be doing the spots here soon on the wings. Silent by Design. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Here is another. I think this was our Thursday one. Yes, with the Rohan snacks. Yeah, that's our Thursday one right there. So again, everybody please give Silent by Design a follow, and thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. We're going to chuck in some more of our dirt right in there. Yeah, that's better. Maybe take some of my... Do I still have some fast matte white over? Yeah, I do. me see what we can do. Some stuff out here on the Thelbies, especially on the teeths here. Now that we've got our glaze in place. So everybody please check out that link that Silent by Design just posted, and then again please give Silent by Design a follow. So again, Silent by Design, thank you so much for the raid. It's been really fun doing all these raids, and there's more to go because I have two other ones that are already printed out that have to be assembled. There's one that's already printed out where unfortunately I'm just missing one piece of him. I think I'll just reprint that missing sword because I had it. It was there, but that piece seems to be gone now, so I'll just reprint that piece and we'll have yet another one. That'll be from Medusa Project. So again, everybody please give a follow to Silent by Design. So Silent by Design, I'm glad that the stream was super fun. We'll get our rust on here too. We haven't forgotten that. And as we said, 1 hour 46 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. It was just primer. Yeah, see this? See how that's not so shiny anymore? And once that is not shiny at all, that's when we're going to start putting the our markings on the wings. So here, that is not, this is some ambient light here. It's not the reflected light. Where's our, well, we can use this as a blending brush anyway. Something like that. Now, yeah, Silent by Design, that's why we've been having a blast painting the all of these spooky ring rates here. For sure. You know what? I might still try to do some of the lighter stuff here. Let me get this thing with some of our, maybe not radiant green, but how is that gonna work? I think we can ever so lightly drop some stuff on there. So these are 3D printed from Navarette Studios. Definitely meant for a Middle-earth strategy battle game. The only real wraith that GW ever did was the Witch King. And that's it. That's basically the only wraith on Fellbeast they ever made. And we've got tons and tons of printed ones from Navarette Studios, Printing Goes Ever On, Kurzlook, Dandelion and Middle-earth, Diwali. Let's see, what's the other one? No, Highland Miniatures didn't do. Oh yeah, Mini Monster Mayhem, I believe also did. Because every so often, Mini Monster Mayhem will do some Lord of the Rings stuff. Silent by Design, even if you never ever actually printed a miniature, they would be hugely helpful because, well, again, just the basing bits. That's a Shatterpoint figure, but all of the basing bits, those were 3D printed. And I don't have some of the usual figures that we show off with the 3D printed basing bits. Let me see. Well, this one, I mean, there's some 3D printed basing bits on there. And then, of course, well, all of our Skelly friends here. So all of that is 3D printed on the base. So you got Make It, Epic Basing, Zabavka. Actually, this one, that's from Archvillain. That base right there. Looking for A lot of our Shatterpoint stuff is on Zabavka bases. I'm looking for the some of our urban stuff. Well, I mean here's some more. Right, some more fabulous basing bits right there. Silent by design. Most of the house here is taken over by 3D printing stuff. Essentially, the entire basement has the 3 printers going. I think one of them, I think the terrain printer, the resin printer, those are both going, and they will be going again after the stream. We'll be setting up the next layer of prints. But here's, we've been printing out things like 28 millimeter ships. We've actually painted 4 of them on stream. Those are for our Corsairs. We've done a whole bunch of stuff for our Candish guys, and then of course, we've painted a ton of Easterling buildings. Those are all 3D printed. I just finished out, I printed Dol Amroth, like literally an entire port city. I printed out Minas Morgul. I printed out, let's see, Fornost, Dol Guldur. I'm sort of printing out my second or third Amon Sul. Also printed out Amon Hen. I'm going to use... No, I'll just use this for where we at here. Let me grab some of our brown, some of our violet, and we're just going to let that pop into here. Boom. Like you do. And then a little switcheroo to our Payne's Gray in there. Also in there. Oh, over here too. Yeah. Again, the basing bits are just so helpful. Somewhere here we've got, well, okay, like the birch trees there for our Galadriel, for our Kathy figures, the roses, the oxalis plants, those are all 3D printed. And to get Silent by Design, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Alright, now I'm going to try and get me a little bit of the lighter color on his chest. Where's my... I wonder if this is going to... Let me try some of this. Hopefully with not too much thinner in it. Nah, no, that's just too much thinner. I gotta dry that out a little. Is that Tsar? Oh, that's Grand Oracle. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Well, it's a happy Sunday here, but happy Saturday to you there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here. So, Grand Oracle, it has been a Fell Beast extravaganza for the last week and a half, I want to say. Yep, last week and a half or so. So Grand Oracle, I was kind of hoping too that things maybe are going to be a little bit less crazy there. I know you said that they were going to be kind of some sustained craziness, and then maybe it gets a little bit more reasonable. Hopefully you're getting closer to the part where it's going to be reasonable again. And Grand Oracle, I'm sure you haven't had a chance to catch any of the latest videos. We have the Skaven right there. So that's our new series there. And where's our... Oh, here she is. Right, that was very fun. We did some serious primer painting on that. Oh, and then this one too. I think this is the very latest. Yeah, that's the very latest right there. I will be doing the next vehicles workshop episode. We'll be recording that tomorrow. So great to see you again there, Grand Oracle. Boy, oh boy. Let's well here. Let's do a quick little check back again. So Kansas State, well, and Boise, well, Hawaii has actually made that closer. We still have a whole. It's been complete destruction in the top. Well, in the top 20, we didn't quite get all the top 10 teams here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, sorry that everything's just been so crazy there for quite some time. I'll try to shoot you a message there too, Grand Oracle, because, well, obviously it's the same for you, right? You're going to say, okay, what's going on over there at Wampoville? So I'll shoot you a message too and fill you in on what's going on here with the family situation and everything. Because round 2 is going to be, I believe, this Tuesday, right? Yeah, because that would be the 15th, I think. Oh, Sunday, yeah, that would be 15th because it was October 1st was round 1. Everybody, please check out the is that Instagram? Yeah, an Instagram link there that Silent by Design just posted. And again, please give Silent by Design a follow, because Silent by Design also has been trying to emphasize some spooky things. So again, thank you so much for the raid there, Silent by Design. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. A little cheers for you there. So yeah, Grand Oracle, the Wampoville Sports Network has had a lot of stuff to cover. Right, because, well, we report the news before it is news. Now, actually, Silent by Design, if you wanted to let folks know when you might be streaming again, too. Let folks know when you might be streaming again. I know sometimes it can be hard where you say, well, okay, this is when I'm planning on it. But regular life says, meh, maybe you're not doing it then. Or work or whatever. Maybe that's a little more than we wanted there. Okay, all of my blending brushes are kind of occupied there. So let's do a little bit more of this here. No, give even lighter. So Saturday, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Again, please everybody give Silent by Design a follow. And be sure to be there next Saturday at 8 p.m. Pacific to keep Silent by Design company. Now, Silent by Design, do you have kind of multiple kind of projects going at the same time, or is there one sort of overarching goal that you're looking to complete? Remember how shiny this? Actually, Silent by Design, I think when you rated, these wings were completely shiny because we had just done a bunch of glaze stuff on them. Don't they look like they're basically dry now? Yeah, and I'm even able to do dry brushing on that. This was, I don't know, what would you say, about a half an hour ago or so? Yeah, this was all, looked like it was soaking wet. With the oils, right, don't be hasty. Give them a chance to set. I certainly couldn't put my finger on, literally put my finger on the wing and you see there's no paint coming off. So it's a return to Cats and Catacombs on Silent by Design streams starting in November. Now, when it comes to Armada Mondays here, we have, well, actually, I have to reprint one piece, did not print out successfully, but we have the Navarette Studios version of uh, of this guy right here, the Knight of Umbar. So, a kind of an aquatic theme. That is, well, at least that's what I'm hoping to be painting on Monday. Ah, silent by design. Yes, we have our own Christmas tradition here too, where we paint Christmas ornaments. I think last year I started even around Thanksgiving week. Well, see you in a bit there, Recoil. See you in a bit. And if, well, Recoil, yeah, you can post your stuff when you get back. Yeah, when you get back, you can post your link in the chat again. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. There. So Grand Oracle, we've got in Dancer in Blue. A lot of that in the smoke effect here. Now, as far as this goes, that's super easy. It's Egyptian violet and white, and that's it. Nothing else. There's no actually there's no fluoros on here, Grand Oracle. There are no fluorescents on here. I think it's actually the first of the race where we have no fluorescence. I'm gonna try and get a little lighter out here. Again, I can dry brush here. This looked like it was soaking wet. I mean, it literally looked like it just came out of the sink or something. That's how wet it was looking. Now that is going to be a little bit too light. Let's see what we got going on with this here. Ah, more like it. More like it there. And I don't know if you saw the Necron ships that we did as we get back into our painting small scale again. Ah, boy, Colorado makes it even closer. I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if Ryan is still with us here. But I'm pretty sure that Ryan would not mind seeing K-State go down there, go down tonight, and make it a little bit easier for the Cyclones to have that pathway to the playoffs. Now, the one thing they kept talking about, Horns fan, over and over and over again was strength of schedule, which that gets kind of dicey because if you've got like a 3-loss Alabama team and a 3-loss Tennessee and a 4-loss LSU, and you've got an undefeated Army team, I mean, yes, I understand strength of schedule, but you also got to win some games. You need to kind of win a game once in a while, especially a big game. And given how some of these 21-point underdogs keep winning or almost win, I'm not really into the bad loss and good loss anymore. We'll hit it here. Yeah, boy, oh boy, I don't even know. I have no idea. Outside of the Bears playing the Jags in London, I have no idea what any of the NFL matchups are. Elite is our sideline reporter in the NFL, so Elite's going to have to let us know what the big matchups are looking like for Sunday. I did think for a second that the Seahawks were going to come back on Sunday night and really kind of bury the 49ers there. There we are. So we're setting up. We're setting up our darker spots for the wings. That needs to be lighter, but not quite that light. At least not just yet. There we go. Let's do this first. I mean, it is amazing that not long ago this was just so actually just wet. I mean, there was literally paint flowing through here. And now I'm able to do this dry brush stuff. Once again, we're just crossed over the 2-hour plateau for the stream here. 2 hours, 5 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no paint on this. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We'll get some of our violet out there, I think. Maybe. No, maybe we'll go with the brown ochre, which has been a fantastic, not burnt umber. Boy, these scales could really use some touches of light on them here. And this is, but again, that's just it's more like a middle tone. What I'm doing here on these scales, not, definitely not white or anything like that. Not even close. Because if there were, right, that's going to get dingier and dingier. So we don't want that to happen. Now, as I mentioned before, this one took a bunch of green stuff here. I spent at least an hour and a half or so doing green stuff on this one, on the wings, and even where the head, the neck met the torso on this guy here. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted our latest video. It was either yesterday or the day before. You do that army painter thing. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be painting one of these guys in a tutorial series also. Not just a video, but in a series. There we are. We might actually be painting a cave drake. Or no, it'd be a dragon. That's right. It'd be a dragon from, what is it? Diwali. Yeah. Oh, here, Landris, it would be the Diwali dragon that you did. We did all the green stuff on him. And I printed out dwarf casualties so that I could finally finish off the base. That's basically what I was looking for. Was those, I think, oh yeah, Kurzlook. Yeah, the Kurzlook dwarf casualties. Come on, here we are. Let's do this right here. This is not our latest light either. We can still definitely go later than this. Again, trying to catch that light to make it go this way, right? Too much. Let's backtrack. There we are. Now, before we do too much more with the light and all the other kind of stuff up here, we want to do the spots. And I'll grab this one here to show you what it is we're looking to do. So that's what we're looking to do on this guy here. which brush do we want to use? I might even just use this one. I'm going to go with this. Well, actually, I thought that was the asphaltum. That's actually the violet right there. That's the Mars violet, which is essentially a dark brown that's got some violet in there. So again, thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. And as much as we enjoy all the Twitch streams and such, and we appreciate all the support there, the Patreon page, that's the thing that does the mortgage and the lights and the food and all the other somewhat essentials. Minor needs right there. Now, those look insanely solid, right? So do the other ones. Because once these also lose that shininess, we will be coming back with, guess what? A blending brush. And we'll be taking some of the edge off of these too. Touch of our... Yeah, we'll get the smaller brush out there so you can see that. Now, let that set. We will go over here. We'll get some big old spots going. And as you can see, they kind of reduce in size as they work towards the backs of the wings. You can also see that that's kind of more on the glaze side of things too. Do another thing over here. More of our dark over there. However, we'll go right to about here, and then we'll, with the smaller brush, that's what we'll... That's when we'll add the smallest dots that'll be out on the wings. Gotta make sure these are not too much in a regular pattern here. We need to go somewhat irregular on these. And a little something over there too. Okay. Now we'll put you aside. Which brush would we want to use for a blending brush on this? I think it's going to be this one. So you can see these. They're not shiny anymore, but see that edge that's there? We're just going to scumble away here. Oh look, that edge is not sharp anymore. And we can do that to all of these spots here. Because not only are the oils just so smooth that we can spread this paint around like this. Remember, we have some layers of stuff underneath this. We're mixing with that. Actually, Colorado is now pulled ahead of Kansas State. So somewhere, Iowa State fans are celebrating. Again, the College Football Report brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. Look at this. Look at the difference in these. And we're talking about a couple of seconds here. A couple of seconds here. Look at, see how hard that edge is? Look at that. It used to take so much. Basically, it took as long to paint a couple of spots with the old acrylic stuff. As it is to paint all of these. I mean, it's insane. It's absolutely nuts here. It is now. Look at this again. How easy it is to create that very smoothed out. Taking it here again. Just gonna do this tap 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 kind of scumbling approach here. It's a dry brush. There's no paint on it. There's no thinner on it. There's nothing. And we're kind of going around the edges. See the perimeter of the dots there. And as you can see, look at that. Look at how soft those are in comparison to here where we just plop the color down. And we're doing it again here. And I want to say less than an hour ago, this was all entirely just a very wet, glazy area. So with the oils, you have to really have that balance of patience and I don't know, aggression or whatever, where you're really getting after those mixes. Plop a color on there, take a blending brush like this, mix it around, but you also need to give the oils, especially certain colors, now a little time to just sit there on the miniature. Again, look at how soft that one is compared to that one just right next to it. More here. And to blend out that really hard line. And again, look, we're just going to take down all these edges. If we waited too long, because there's Egyptian violet in here, this, well, we always talk about the staining colors, right? Well, that would have, it would be a little bit more stubborn to try and manipulate this and push it around, because that color would not necessarily be dry, but it would just be sort of stained in there. Can you see what we're doing? Yes, you can. Well, Kansas State looks like they just kicked a... No, they just scored a touchdown. 2 seconds ago, they were on their own 16. Now they scored a touchdown. Not sure what happened there. But now Kansas State has a lead. But Colorado still does have a timeout, the 2-minute warning, and 2:14 to work with. Okay, yeah, look at that. Now we'll try and get a little bit darker on the inside of the spot here, and that's going to make them look even more like the edges are faded here. And we're pretty much just going with that's that Payne's Gray Violet, and that was sent to us. Appreciate that being sent to us to try out. I did do a couple of videos with it. I was painting a bust with it actually. You know what? I'm going to try and get one of those little spots up in there. Where'd my blending brush just go? There you are. So what I try to do is make sure that stuff like this is that the last things I do, because as you can see, I'm sitting my finger on there. Catching some more dirt down into the crevice on these. Did we do the side yet? I don't think so. Ah, there's a... Where did that blending brush hide? You're around here somewheres. Fine, we'll just use this. Never did get that one at all. Hit this one too. I think we'll carry out this. That's a little symmetrical over there. I was kind of hoping for less symmetrical than that. Alright, somewhere. There you are. That's where you're hiding. Actually, if I spread that out now, it is a different size, so almost like it's been moved. Do I have darker spots out here? Blending brush. Now on the I might come back with my fast matte white to, but we'll let that have a chance to set. Let me see what we can do with some of the lightest light stuff. And I might, oh yeah, I'm gonna get some fresh fast matte white out here too. Here, this is from Gamlin. There it is. There's a whole bunch of our Mars Yellow Deep worked its way into that. Over here, again, looking to get some almost straight up fast matte white. I think now I've got my small brush here. Here we have set that right on my hand, and now to that really light stuff here. And oh yeah, and that's looking nice on the edge there, right? Because now it's look at that, it's got some chipping on there, whatever. Not necessarily a sky earth look to it. We're gonna have to get some of our rust on here too. That's also gonna bring our attention more to, well, like the face and the wraith. That's where we want the interest to be. Try and just get the ends of the teeth there. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see ya. Happy Sunday there, Doji. Hopefully the 1-to-1 scale terrain project went well yesterday. And as always, please share your links there in the chat so that folks can check out the diorama. That really turned out fantastic, Doji. All the different elements, really, the painting part of it, the construction of it, the composition there. So that really worked out very well. So the blues are super simple. Indanthrone blue, basically. Now over here, it's just the Egyptian violet with fast matte white. That's all it is. And ice blue, and Danthrin blue and ice blue. That's what we lightened that with. I really should mention that. Everybody, check out that Insta link there that Doji just posted. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures where you can see kind of what's possible with the oils. And of course, that's where you're going to see a little bit of juxtaposition between the dark primer start and the light primer start. These basically were just a light gray primer, and we did the more traditional pre-glaze and such on those. So again, everybody please check out that link that Doji just posted. That is a really, 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 really tremendous diorama there. So 2 hours, 26 minutes ago. This was a paint-free object. So oh no, actually, well, they might have turned it over on downs because now there's a minute 14 and K-State has the ball. That might just do it because the Buffs only have one timeout left. They will, and the 2-minute warning has already happened. So it looks like K-State will hang on there. You know what? That's got a little bit of the some of the yellow in it too. By yellow, I'm talking about the Mars Yellow Deep, essentially a yellow ochre. Might try to sneak a little bit of something in between there. Again, take the. That's not a blending brush. There it is. And that's what we were using to smooth out all of the spots. Now don't go away because I was just going to go replenish some medicine here very quickly. Again, this is mostly just in Danthrin blue and ice blue. We are going to be going lighter down in there though. Yeah, we will do that. I will catch a few little edge lights on the Fell Beast here. I can make the teeth lighter. Yeah. Oh, geez, we never did get that one. Well, before I keep fooling around with it, I think we should still do the rust here. Let me try this brush right here. Everybody please check out the YouTube link that Armored Wolf just shared. I will be trying to also get a new YouTube video out there. I was thinking of doing the Harad themed ring wraith, and we'll basically kind of shorten up the session there. Get it down as close to 2 hours as possible. Some rust now. Here. There, and as you can see, that's kind of doing a pin line wash thing all on its own there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Instagrams. I think it was just yesterday I posted the new Instagram post. I'll still have to get some. Well, I don't want to go later violet on the tongue. I think we will just go with straight up, well, maybe red and indigo mixed together. That can't do any of the rust in here because source lighting. Let's not hit there. I'm actually going to take some of that away. A little more of the thinner there. Boom. Okay. So it looks like Kansas State did hang on to win that game, 31-28. So that keeps them in the hunt there for the conference championship, I believe. There we are, and that's not a bunch. That is a very subtle little wash right there. I was tempted to do some more dots further up. I don't think we'll do that. Now again, what I will do is I'm just going to go run again and replenish the medicine because that's running very, very low. So don't go anywhere because we're going to get into some other really big final details here on our fabulous, it's basically the Shadow Lord. That is what this guy is here. Uh, there it is. we have returned. And now, we got the, we do have our brightest light out here. What I'm going to do is see if there's anything else I need to do on that. Because it's been, let's see, what, 2 hours, 3, so it's been about a couple of hours now since we last worked on the, especially the sword and on the Wraith himself. As I do believe I can make this lighter. Not as much as I thought, but definitely a little bit later. Also, want to get that part of the sword out. Now it starts to focus in the light there. Also, I think some on the fingers here too, like that. Sword handle. Especially on the armor up here. Right here along the forearm. Something along here now. So everybody, please check out the link that Doji posted. There's some fabulous oil painted miniatures. I never did anything on this hand over here. Actually, is that metal or, well, I know this is. So we will hit that. Also, there's a bit of fuzz on the end of the brush here. I gotta get rid of that, because that was going to be annoying. There's this piece there that's going to get some of our light as well. Much more light maybe here on some edges of the cloth. Now, oh, maybe here, there was my violet. Grab that. Maybe about this level of lightness, but this is one area where I had to do a little bit of sculpting over here. So just regular old glazing, not quite gonna cut it here. We're gonna have to go in there and sort of paint in a little bit more of an edge there. I mean, it's fine because this is also where the light kind of meets down here on the scales anyway. Do this one. Do something lighter over here as well. And back away a little more, a little bit more. Just the violet there to go on this hand, the talons, whatever, claw. Again, there's no fluorescent paints were harmed during this particular session here. I mean, Egyptian violet is, well, that's pretty intense. Actually, Doji, we didn't use a whole lot of fluorescent on the Night of Umbar either because, well, cobalt teal bluish. May not be a fluorescent paint, but it's got some chops to it. No doubt about that. I need to go lighter with this purple here. Touch more over here, fine. A little something there with my blending brush. Well, we're going to use this as a blending brush, the thing that we use to dry. This is the initial brush that we use to dry brush in the lighter violet to begin with. It's those fabulous oxides. And it's the same with other colors that have the oxides in there. They do some amazing things. Did I already get my lighter stuff? Well, let me see what happens when I... Now that's a little more light than we want. Let's backtrack a little to there. Once again, kind of scumbling and scrumbling that lighter color on there till we get our blending brush, and then just do the rest. Now, what I'll do is I'll let the wings... So we need to do something in here. I was debating Perline black. Again, that's our dark green. That's not black. That is a very dark green. Still too light. I was hoping that we could use that as on the robes here on our wraith. Okay, good. This is our blending brush. So Dochi, I'm glad you were able to get that diorama done. I know that's something you've been working on for a while, and there's been a lot of regular life projects going on at the same time, making that even more challenging. But it really did turn out fantastic. So I hope that it was worth all the hard work. I think it was, because again, it looks really marvelous. And we'll do this here. Yep, a little more of this green up here. Something down in here too. There's that blending brush. There you are. No, I'm not even going to bother with the scales down there. I am actually taking this scale color and mixing it with the Perline black. That is what's going into this area here, which essentially is the ambient light versus the ultraviolet light there. Eldfolk Chronicles. So everybody, I don't know if you wanted to post a link to the Eldfolk Chronicles stuff, but I remember that how much you enjoyed those, and those were really nifty to paint. Okay, I think that's about it. Don't want to do too much more. And the lighter that is, right there, our object source lighting, well, it's just going to appear that much dingier. When in doubt, make things darker, right? Surface tension. How are you doing there, surface tension? So surface tension, it was very much a glorious college football Saturday today. I mean, the mischief and mayhem are still actively going on right now. It's fantastic. This by far is, I think, the heaviest of all the race we've been doing. Even the one that has a building on it is not as heavy as this, because everything on here is solid. All of this smoke stuff over here, yeah, everything is, that's all solid. And that makes it, a wee bit heavy. Now, we're taking the, that is our not radiant indigo that's getting mixed into the indanthrene blue. That would be the ice blue and indanthrene blue together. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just posted. And of course, surface tension, please share your fabulous oil painted miniatures too. So you're getting treated to all kinds of nifty oil painted figures now. Alright, let me get that brush that just fell on the floor. 1 second here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, ironically enough, we haven't had any follows. So we haven't seen Gandalf approach this, and well, I think we'd be at risk of rolling a 1 on that Gandalf 6, don't you think? I think so. So I think we're still sitting, well, now we're at 31. I think we were at 33. Hey there, Waffle Stomp. Welcome back. Happy Sunday. Everybody, please check out the Mastodon link there. That surface tension shared. Again, some really fantastic oil painted miniatures. Nah, that's just too much. Too much of the light there. Blending brush here. Okay, this looks really light on here, but it's essentially a mid-tone at best, if not a dark mid-tone. Waffle Stump, I'm glad that you're almost done with those. I know that's a heck of a lot of work there. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. We just refreshed this not long ago. Have a great Sunday there, Doji, and of course, we'll hopefully see you on your Tuesday. And, well, hopefully we'll have the Navarette Studios version of the Knight of Umbar ready to go. So see you later, Doji. Blending brush again. So thank you so much, Waffle Stomp. Appreciate that. And the genesis of this color scheme really was the stream last night. All of this stuff with the Indanthren blue and everything, that was just a happy accident that was determined only because I used it here in the shadow areas of the Wraith himself. And I thought, oh, that's kind of a nifty thing. Maybe we could use that for all of the smoky stuff here. And that seems to have kind of done it. Alright, there's that. Little more of a light in there. Oh yeah, this thing here. A little bit more of the Indanthren blue there, but now let me do this. And we're going to get a little bit more of it over on this side here. Sorry about the voice. I even have a cough drop right now, but that doesn't seem to really make much of a difference. I'm almost just kind of dry brushing in a little bit of the mid-tone blue in there on the scales, a little bit on the fin there. Now we'll maybe try to lighten this up a smidge more over here. Now, Waffle Stomp, I'm just glad that you can have a bunch of fun with those. I mean, some miniatures you end up really enjoying, maybe more so than other ones. I believe, let me see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the sixth new ring wraith we've painted, and I'm thinking it can only have been, well, we started painting them in October. So yeah, there hasn't been all that many streams. I think we only just started painting them last week. Well, we've been painting one of them per stream. And well, we'll have another one here, right? This one after the stream tonight. This will all be done. Now this coming Thursday, I might paint either that dragon or that Gulliver figure, and that is the one that's I think from Diwali. But I kind of depends on if I can find the missing pieces. Yeah, it's been fresh. I did spend at least 2 hours today just kind of looking for various things that I, for the most part, couldn't find. I want to get the extra bit of light in here, blending. Well, not the big one. This one. And I think I'll also then try to get maybe not quite as light as that, but these scales right here. There. Maybe these guys too, just where it's right next to the smoke there. Because if it was just, ash or smoke or whatever, regular smoke, it'd be a different thing. But the whole thing that this guy does, the Shadow Lord, is he casts this pall over the battlefield, and it's sort of like he makes it nighttime. And the whole idea is that it's kind of it's a bit of an anti-shooting bubble there. And again, it's something that he has to cast. It's not a free thing. It's not just, oh, he's here, this happens. He has to actually use the wheel points and cast it and hopefully make that roll. Surface tension, let me know how that works. There's having a bunch of different methods of, especially that critical start of it, right? This one was more of the dark primer kind of a start here. But obviously this is kind of more the hybrid method of the basically dark primer or the inverse pre-glaze. That's also what we've been calling it. So again, with the blending brush there, that was effectively just primer that used to be there right there anyway. Yeah, surface tension, that's what I try to keep telling folks, because they keep saying, well, now you only do this or you don't do that. I said it's a situational thing, right? Because these guys essentially got almost a traditional pre-glaze. Now, of course, on stream, if I obviously can print up more of those and we can test it on stream. Is it faster to just do the pre-glaze on that, because mixing with that pre-glaze is really essential. So again, that makes that situation a little bit different then. Nope, not that big a blending brush. Okay, that is better. I'm going to try to squeeze in a little bit more of our lighter blue here. I've got a little bit of thinner on the brush, just to help that flow a teensy bit more. Where's my... We'll use just that as a blending brush, I think. find a little more light down here. The blending brush. Somehow, gotta get some light on these scales right here. Also some reflected light. Again, look where I'm holding this brush, and I really only have the 2 fingers on it anyway. Nope, that is too dark. Even though that was just a middle. There we go. Not too much there. In here, get a little bit of this on the wings here, some of that on the texture. Stuff like this, these areas here. Now it's situational. Some you might say, well, okay, look, right now I just need to get this to be at least looking like it's painted with some kind of level of care, whatever, and then you can always come back to it. Yes, you won't have the wet into wet blending, but as one thing I've been testing with the oils is that you don't necessarily have to be working just with the wet oils there, because the oils there, it's just so easy to spread them out. Any video that I'm doing in a series, well, 100% guaranteed that paint's going to be dry in between those episodes. Again, would like to go a little bit later on those blues, but for right now, I'm not going to do that. Well, Rico, hopefully that was fun, and well, like you say, you kind of have to use it once in a while, right? It's not good to just be sitting around there with no activity. And of course, Rico, if you want to share your fabulous buggies and such in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everyone, please give Rico13 a follow. As we maybe chuck a little bit of something later on those scales, which are again just right by. Ooh, it's that's the brush I'm looking for. So where the source lighting is right next to the leg. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Rico just posted. Thank you so much, Professor Grimm, for joining us here. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody. Please give Professor Grimm a follow if you could. So, Professor Grimm, we have ourselves yet another of our ring rates. That's good, Rico. I know it's you need to kind of refresh the human batteries too, right? And I'm sure that definitely does it. Now, last night we painted this one on stream, also with the oil paints. These are 3D printed from Navarette Studios, and the idea is we're doing a different color source lighting on each one of our Felbies. So here, this is more of a obviously an aqua turquoise right there because we have a very nautical themed Nazgul there. This one has some tasty Rohan snacks right there, and he's got the red glow going. And again, everybody, please check out the link that Recoil just shared, and please give Recoil a follow as well. Here's another one from Navarette Studios. Right, I believe this wasn't our Friday. This was our, I think it as our last week's stream or whatever, but there it is, another Wraith, more colors, different type of base. That one is also from Navarette Studios. And painting with the oils here. We'll just throw out our brands. Where's my, there we go. There's our big four. We'll just start calling them the big four now. Richardson, Gamlin, Windsor Newton, and Williamsburg. So these are more expensive than the other three, but these are also a kind of higher on the quality side of things. No problem there, Professor Graham. Again, everybody please give Professor Grimm a follow. And of course, Grimm, if you want to, before you head out, if you want to share anything that you've been working on in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And yes, we are working with traditional oil paints. 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 47 seconds ago, this entire thing had no paint on it. It was just primer. And this will most likely be dry, if not by tomorrow, certainly the next day. Because, well, I was just painting this last night. This was painted, I think, a 5-hour plus stream there. And as you can see, I'm handling it and no paint's coming off. So again, this, if you do the oil paints the way you really should do them on the miniatures, well, you shouldn't run into too much of an issue as far as, oh my gosh, it's going to take weeks to dry. With the oils, of course, less is more. What is more? Always way too much. So yes, we want less paint on there, not more. Nice to see you back there, Jet. I hope that you're doing well. Again, I hope that the new medicine keeps doing its thing. I'm glad that you're kind of getting back into the painting stuff again. Appreciate you being here too, of course. So thank you so much. This Andantron blue, that's what the kind of the smoky stuff is. And then mostly for our glow, well, that's just some Egyptian violet mixed with some fast matte white. Very easy. That's fantastic, Jet. And Jet, you know, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm gonna try and shove a little bit more of that lighter stuff down in there. Grab my blending brush, and we'll have at that too. So really glad that you're doing better. I know that that was difficult for quite a long time there, and I'm sure that was definitely frustrating. You know what? There, let me get a little. Since that is supposed to be metal, we're going to try and get a little bit more of the glow shining on that metal down there. I don't, yeah, that's just cloth over there. Let me see if I can do, oh, here's another area that we can make lighter here. Pressing down some of our lighter stuff in there. Blending brush again. I see a weird little edge on the end of that. That's gone. This would be so much more difficult to paint in acrylics. Well, we certainly wouldn't be where we are just 3 hours and 6 minutes in. Yeah, we'd be a little bit further behind in this. Would not be where we're at right now. Because I can't, with the acrylics, what I'm doing here, I just slop a lighter color on there. take another brush and start pushing that around. Yeah, that didn't happen with the acrylics. Not so much. I'm also trying to get a bit more of my medium, mid-tone. It's too much. But that's what we got the blending brush sitting there for. That is right next to all the blue-ish whatever there is, so we're gonna get that away from the tan color more towards the teal, because I mean it's right next to that. Or sorry, the indanthrine blue. I'm not sure if we should really get this much light down in there. Draw a little more over here. No, let's back away because we have no previous application of our light in there. Now we got it. And we even have our filbert that we're going to use to do a little, pushing some of that around. We have to do something on this guy down here. So instead of the no, maybe. Oh, you know what? Let's do almost like it's an Arnor type of thing here. Where's that? So maybe we'll do some red here. For his cloak. Just a little something there. And you know what? Maybe we'll do this. Let's try this. Let's make that actually lighter instead of darker. We'll hit that with our blending brush here. Yeah, that happens pretty darn quick. Now I'm gonna take. Good, we have some of our Mars red, which we'll just use as a little bit of skin tone on there. Of course, we can't go too light on that because, well, he's sort of in the. He's in the shadow of the Shadow Lord. Now I also need to get a little something here on that armor. Maybe we can actually use some of the blue there. Again, that's the Shadow Gray, aka Payne's Gray. This mixed with our skin tone. Well, yeah, we'll definitely go later than that. I'm gonna here. Let me get some of that Mars violet for the eyes here. A little something on the hair. scabbard might almost be a skin tone coat. Maybe let's get a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there. Dark underneath this. Right there. The face. Maybe if I darken up the beard a little bit and then again do the same deal with something to use as a blending brush. Like there, and then maybe a little something on the greenish side. Got the perline black. Now mixed with that red, now we have a little more shadow down there. I got my violet here. And that also has some of the Payne's Gray too. Yeah, that's better. Throw some of our lights, dark up there. Sharpen up the edges here. I don't know if we really need to go a ton lighter on the reflected parts of our metal or the rust. Maybe we won't emphasize it quite so much. Let me look at the one we did last night. Yeah, it's not all that light. Maybe we will get the Venetian red out here. Now let me roll with just what we got here. That is the Naphthol Scarlet. And a little bit of our... Is that the Naphthol Scarlet there? And a little bit of the Perline Red too. Nah, more of the yellow. To kick that away from just too much orange all in the same place. You know what? I'm gonna hit that down there. Even see, look, a little bit of the orangey rust color there on the reins. So on his face, I think we went back in there with the darker stuff. Let me see what happens with the lighter stuff again. Fast matte white. No, gotta get the wolf. There we go. Get some of the paint off of that brush. Fine, we'll do his other hand, the one that's facing me. Some of the fingers are, well, they're missing. They were snapped off a little bit, I think. I think that is, yeah, it's the only basing bit that I put on there. And again, that is the same one. Where's our Saruman here? This is the same bit that we've got laying on the base here. He's laying down on the job. He's kind of like those sleepy orcs. Those sleepy orcs that are happy little trees. Ents like to play with. Nah, that's just too light. Go back around to the dark bluish gray. No harm, no foul. No, I'm not going to darken up all that. Up here, do we need more dark or do we need to get more light? Well, I know when it don't make things darker, but I think we'll just go lighter up there. And also, let me try this. I don't think we used this yet on the ends of the wings. It's been mostly kind of violet and browns and other things there. Surface tension wasn't, well, one of the crazy fireworks that Gandalf had. It was a dragon, right? Well, as maybe he figured out a way to get dragon explosions out of his out of his pipe weed there. I mean, at least in his imagination, right? Surface tension. Oh, and recoil. See if we can find that for you here. Let me see if. Oh, wait, well. Well, there's the fell beast. Sorry, that's the Mumok there. Look at that. But I was. Oh yeah, here we go. Saruman at the comedy club. There, the Orthanc Comedy Club. Let me see what this is going to be. I think this will work here as long as we have a blending brush to go with it. And then we might get some of that out here too. Blending brush again. Where are we looking here? I'm going to try to get some of that up in here. This is, once again, a dark middle tone. It's not a light. It is most definitely not light. Catch a little bit of it there, and now over here. Thanks, recoil. That'd be fantastic. Because, well, let's put it this way. Much like how we have all these Nazgul here, I actually need to make a bunch of those because, well, I want the Mumok for our Far Harad to look very different from the Harad Mumok, and of course, to do a lot of the scenarios calls for multiple Mumoks, so that will be very, very helpful. Actually, Rico, I don't know if you remember, we were, but I can't reach it from here. But I'll try and send you some pictures of it. But I was sculpting the extra stuff on the Mumok, the extra hide or whatever, and the sigils, and the repelling lines, and then I think it was, oh yeah, the armored tusks or whatever, right? Where they were kind of ensnaring the horses and tossing them around. Let me see here. all it is the perlene black. That's our very dark green. And just a little bit of our kind of lighter tan type of color in there. That's it. Actually, yeah, that is the basically the guy that drives him, so that is handy. And well, we have plenty of well, both Harad and Far Harad stuff that can fill that up for sure. So appreciate that recoil. I still have to figure out I may just maybe do a DHL thing or something. Get a DHL account so I can be able to send things. That may not. Well, the big thing is not hitting the person on the other end with a big whopping customs fee. That's what I'm trying to avoid also. That was not where that was supposed to go. So we're going to just eat away at that a little bit. Also, I'm not really vibing that. I want to go back to more of the greenish stuff here. So it's going to be more of a grayish green, hopefully, as it gets, yeah. Hit this too. And here and then down here. Not so much in here, right? Because that undulation says that would be just, well, in shadow, ironically enough. Thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. It should be fun. I was looking forward to. I think we'll do him and the Harad color scheme because one of the ones that I've printed out almost is a bit more like the Far Harad. Oh, it's from not Titan Forge. Yeah, from Titan Forge. That's definitely where you're going to get all the best deals. Actually, recoil. One of the things that we all wondered is would there be with the new, with the new movie and everything, because Harad is supposed to be in there. So I guess that should maybe assuage my worry that they'll just eliminate things like Far Harad and Canned and everything. Because, GW would never do something like that, right, Recoil? Not at all. Hitting some more of our, our lighter greenish tone there, and on this end, I think we'll try to darken it down further. When in doubt, make things darker. Around his toes there. I might have to take the ice blue, mix it with the Endanthrin blue, and we'll catch a few little light on those. Blending brush, what are we going to use for this one here? I think that's how we were able to get a bunch of the old Kyoto stuff. Recoil was that somebody didn't know what they had, obviously, because even then that stuff was essentially just out of print. Obviously, that kind of system would probably still be around today if it come out then. Now, because Kickstarter and such, they wouldn't have had to necessarily have everything done. They could have just done their own masters instead of relying on somebody else. So see you later there, Surface Tension. Have yourself a good one. Well, Recoil, ironically enough, Valfera sent me a link to, it was the scene with, obviously, Eowyn and the Witch King, from the animated movie from many moons ago. So Recoil, well, that's well, it saved GW, right? When MESBG came out, because their other stuff wasn't making them any money. And when Lord of the Rings came along in 2001, and then they did the MESBG, that changed everything for GW. So have a good one there, Surface Tension. Hopefully the sprain is still very minor and getting better. So let me see just how much. Well, I guess you can see some of that. I might. Let me try to go a little bit later with my blue stuff here. Boy, that's got too much thinner, so we'll back away and just get more paint, less thinner, so that I can do this. And again, look where I'm holding this brush. It is nowhere near that metal ferrule. See that? What gives me a little more confidence is that it's the folks from the original trilogy and not all this new stuff. Thank goodness. So I'm just kind of hoping that that does mean there will at least be a little more care taken, and that the same group will have learned lessons from their own. I think one of the reasons why Lord of the Rings or the MESPG went away is because, well, the Hobbit movies were not exactly the biggest hit ever. Such as it is. Hey there, Bithron, how you doing? Nice to see you again, Bithron. I was just thinking of, well, Zorp, he did a video and he did talk about how there's sculpts to this very day that exist that only exist because all of the money from the MESBG stuff funded advancements in all of their injection molding stuff. I'm glad you got yourself a few days there, Bithron. I'm going to try to lighten this up a little on this side here, maybe. And then a little bit, there we go. That's some of the blue there. Nice to see you there, Plankwalker. Alan, welcome back, Doji. Welcome back. I'm actually got a little bit of that reflect on there. Again, that strap right there, that I sculpted that on because it really needed something there. even carry this just like, there we go. No, that's all it took. Again, almost using this like it's a blending brush too. So happy Sunday, Plankwalker. Thank you so much for being here, of course. Now, over, let me do that, and then the blending brush again here. Gotta be careful with that because, again, we want that little bit of the purple, right, illuminating that. All right, fine. We'll try and get this a little later here. And then the blending brush. That's a whole lot easier than painting a bunch of layers, right? That literally is just one layer, and that's it. All right, we'll lighten this up here. You know what? That too. So again, all the smoke stuff here, essentially in Danthrin blue, mixed with just a little bit of the ice blue. I'm going to try a little bit more of just the ice blue on a couple of these. I don't think I want to go get any of the fast matte white in here. I think we will stay away from that. I think that's as light as I want to go. We will put this in a few places though, like here. I'm going to try and lighten that up a little more. Blending brush again. Like so. Touch of light down in there. Blending brush again. Now down in here, I'm going to get that brush, shove that down in there. Take the blending brush, spread that out a little. And now in here, I think we can do the same thing. Again, just spread all that out. Back to this again. It's just pretty much just the ice blue. And that's it. Some more of it here with the blending brush. That is just tremendously easier. Let me see. Yeah, Recoil. Actually, he did a book. He's in a book in doing his whatchamacallit, his reenacting. Yes, wearing actual armor. One of the Perry brothers is an actual book. I think we have that. I think we got that right around the time of the Lord of the Rings And that was and we used it definitely as a reference for sure. That made a really handy reference for, well, lots of sky, earth, non-metallic metal for sure. Now over, okay, here, let me get a few lights on that. And now what about this stuff here? We gotta get at least a mid-tone over there, because we don't even have that. So I'm gonna back away a little bit. That's like the super light version. Let's get something kind of more in between here. And that will go here. I don't even know if you could see that. I know it's hard to keep that where you guys can see it. I think we've got ourselves some more light in here. We'll take our blending brush to it. A whole lot easier than doing an airbrush, right? Because, well, with the airbrush, you'd have to mask stuff out, right? Because it's going to overshoot and hit this, all the other stuff that you want it to get into. Yeah, that Rico. Geez, I don't know where that book is right now. But if when I run across it, and I probably will, because I'm still, redoing lots of stuff in the house. You know what? While we're at it here, let me take. Might just use this brush here. No, that might be a little too big. Let me go small. Let me try this one. Van Dyke Brown. And some of that violet. Let me try with this little thing we were doing on some of the other ones. Where... No, that's too hard of a brush. We'll use this one. And then we'll take some thinner. And then we'll put it like that. There we go. So that's something that I've been doing a little bit lately. And that's worked out fairly well. So we're going to do that. And then this is just straight up thinner basically, and we're just kind of pulling away from what we just did over here. And then we'll come back maybe with some more of our light. So this is essentially mostly Van Dyke Brown and some of the Payne's Gray Violet. Hey there, Ghost Agent. How you doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, bits around these Navarette Studios ones are nice for sure. This one required a whole lot of green stuffing. Grand Oracle, it's still frustrating me that I cannot remember if that external needle airbrush was a Pache or an Iwata. It was one of those two. I think it was a Pache because I think I had a regular Iwata airbrush. I don't even know if they sell external needle airbrushes anymore. My guess is probably not. But that thing was really amazing. I haven't even seen a Pache airbrush in years and years and years. Obviously, the emphasis has been a little bit more on, say, well, the badger side of things as we darken this down more, even more here. When in doubt, make things darker, right? And then we can always come back in here and do a little bit of some kind of light middle tone too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tofocus. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna risk it here. Dude, you got some serious pipe weed there. It's like, that's not pipe weed. That's like a spell effect. It's like, sure, 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 sure. Where you hiding all that pipe weed? It's like, dude, it is pipe weed, man. I'm getting a serious contact high. Well, pipe weed was mentioned. What shall happen with this? Thank you so much, Mr. Tofocus. Well, he survived. He survived. Usually, when pipe weed is mentioned, that's what happens. But he survived. Huh? Go figure. And thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. It gets us a little bit closer to the magical number that has no fabulous prize, but would still be interesting. So we are 30 away now. We just need 30 more of those follows. That's it. So again, we appreciate the all the new little hobbitses. Thank you so much. Is this gonna be too light up here? I don't think so. We'll backtrack a little more to the. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna throw a little bit of the violet in there. There we go. That is just about what we need here. Light grip on that brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush, of course. We haven't really done a whole bunch on these things. I've obviously been sticking my hand on those, so we haven't really focused on those too much. Again, for our Monday stream, I'm hoping to have the Navarette version of the Knight of Umbar. Now he's actually on a little boat. So here he is. This guy's on a big old rock with the wave. The Navarette Studios one that is basically kind of perched on a boat, which means we could go two ways about it. We could sculpt the water effect and then paint it, or we could actually do the water effect afterwards. And I'm kind of leaning towards that because we already have one where the water effect is sculpted. And that, who knows, it might even make an interesting little quickie video or something. So I think that's how we might roll with that one. Just like how we on all of our Conquest, Valkyries, and Weirwargs, we did all the snow and icicle and blood effects afterwards as a video after the streams. And again, the YouTube channel has a whole bunch of tutorials as well, not just the Patreon page. Of course, the Patreon page has 2,000 hours of videos on it. You do that Army Painter pledge level thing, you're getting yourself 2,000 hours worth of videos. And I make about 20 hours of new vids every month. So, again, good luck trying to binge watch all that. Okay, we're trying to get this right on the ends of these scales. This is just a light middle tone. That's all that is out there. And let's do the same over on this side. Like that. Oh, we gotta get something out there. I don't know if I might almost almost be better off going more with the dark here, depending on what I see. Well, that's really just a mid-tone green. Let me flip this thing around here. Okay, we're just trying to get some of this green in here just to have a little different color flavor. Something that's not just tan, something that's not just blue-ish, or violet for that matter. And of course, green and violet together tend to make a very interesting looking gray. Have that going all the way to the edge of the wing maybe. Like that. Now let's see what we can do with some lighter stuff. I will take this over here. Can you see that? Looks like it is. Okay, I think it is on screen actually. Trying to make that definitely lighter here. There cannot be too much thinner on this. So thanks again for all of the follows. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the 4.5 year streamiversary today, because we always celebrate our streamiversary on April 13th. And last I checked, October is 6 months after April. And that's, of course, where we once again say thank you to Armored Wolf for somehow managing to sit through all 4.5 years of that. So we appreciate Armored Wolf. Everybody please go to Armored Wolf Productions. Get those dice bags. And we're talking about amazing dice bags here. Not these are no garden variety dice bags. These are, and they can be super customized, and also with really incredible metal work too, in addition to all the great leather work. And of course, Armored Wolf also makes the crushed glass snow that we use on our bases, which, well, you can't really get that anywhere else. That would be the Replica Nature, again from Armored Wolf Productions. So yeah, recoil going all the way back to the beginning. Let me try and hit this here. So again, it's lighter here because the lights can't, and then it gets darker here, right? Because it's literally folded under itself. This, let me go back to my more mid-range green. Again, caress the brush. Do not crush that brush. And yeah, let's work it out. All set up by all the dark that we made sure was there in the initial stages. So we got 3 hours and 51 minutes ago. This bad boy had no paint on him. Just using the regular artist oils. nothing crazy. Steinerez primer, of course. That's kind of a must. Actually, recoil, a lot of what we're doing here on the skin, this is what we'll do on the Mumak, right? Where we've got kind of the warmer color and those cooler colors underneath in the recesses. It's not just a darker brown, that's literally a green. And you can see that. Let's illustrate that with a film noir, shall we? There. So all of a sudden now you actually get a little less contrast in there, right? Because contrast is more than just light versus dark. We shall bring this back, and now you can start to see that green emerge in the little shadow areas there. There. Is this green gonna be too light over here? And then there'll be some parts where we're using that brown ochre to do some glazing, and almost it's not quite like a rust, but see this just makes the skin, because I mean that's basically what that is. It's very craggy skin, right? It makes that a whole lot more interesting to look at. If we're gonna have these big old wings out here, right? Gotta make them look more interesting. And same thing for the fell beast. Gotta do that. Just actually added a little bit of the lemon yellow color in there. These are some little bits and bobs of some very warm green in there. Ooh, too much thinner. I could tell that right away. Okay, I think we've got that reduced. Yeah. Gonna get a little bit of our Mars yellow deep. This should be raised up a little more. This way too. So Grand Oracle, the brown ochre. It's one of those reclaimed earth colors. There was three of them. I could have sworn there was a bunch more, but I guess there's just those three, and those are the ones by Gamlin. Remember, I think we did a couple of. Oh, geez, I think they were color theory and oils episodes. Maybe not every single one. Hey there, Neshlet. Nice to see ya. So this. Oh, here it is. Grand Oracle. So this is just immensely superior to Yellow Ochre, and it's only a series 2. But this, yeah, this is the brown ochre, and essentially this is like it's like burnt umber on steroids. So burnt umber tends to be very kind of more translucent. This has more opacity to it because, well, it's got the iron oxides, right? So it quite literally is, yeah, our burnt umber, but doesn't have kind of the usual weaknesses that burnt umber has. Well, that's good, Grand Oracle. So nice to see you there, Neshlin. I hope that your Sunday goes well. And yep, Neshlin, we've got ourselves. This is that Shadow Lord we were talking about on the stream last night. And remember, we were doing the Endanthrin Blue and the on the Wraith's cloak and such last night. And I thought that might be interesting to do for the smoke. That's what we got going on for the smoke here. And that would be the again the Endanthrin Blue. There is a little bit of the violet also too in that Endanthrin Blue. So hopefully your Sunday is off to a fantabulous start, Neshlin. Is that going to be too late? No, it's not. It is not. Trying again to sneak another little. See that? We got that green going up here now, too. Ow. Was one of these spines stuck into my arm enough so that when I tried to move it, it didn't move. That was that was noticeable right there. I felt that one. It's the attack of the fell beast. Trying to use this on the ends of these things on his wig. We're just gonna have to have our brush kind of floating in the air here, trying to do these. And then we need to do certainly some kind of, well, not that much light on there. But we need to have a little something more going on with the talons, claws, whatever these things are over here. So see you later there, Doji. Again, appreciate you being here as always. And we're just hoping your Sunday is fantastic, and just hoping that we'll be seeing you on your Tuesday, my Monday. Hit this. So if I'm not able to get the the Navarette Studios version of the Knight of Umbar ready to go, I have like a Warwick Chieftain. I have other Angmar spooky things that we can also paint on Monday. You know what? For funsies, I'm going to a little bit of that blue hit there. Again, look at where I got this, but you know what? I need to go back to... Maybe not. Maybe I'll actually mix mix that with the green, and now it's kind of a halfway in between. Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking to do a ton of stuff down here. Once again, we essentially just have a dark middle tone that we're putting on those wings. Definitely need to make sure there's not too much thinner on them though, because that will just go right into all the crevices there, fill those in, and well, that's not going to be ideal. Yeah, I'm actually going to get a little bit of the that's the Mars Yellow Deep. Once again, our souped up yellow ochre. Do I want to try for some more? No, let's try for something a little later here on the... Oh, that's going to be too late. I could just see it right away. That would be too late. I'm going to actually go back to some of that. That almost turns it into a bit of a warm gray right there. That's the that's not the reclaimed earth. That's the I almost said Van Dyke Violet. Well, it kind of is. It's the uh, Payne's Gray Violet from Williamsburg, and it almost is a little bit like Egyptian Violet and Van Dyke Brown mixed together. Okay, that is much too light. Also gonna get some of the green in there. Now, blending brush. Mars Yellow Deep again. Thin this down. Some light here. Again, that also does not have a Dantarin blue influence on it. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal a follow, and of course, Pascal, please post. I know you have a whole bunch of really fantastic Instagram images to share in the chat. So, Pascal, this is number 6 on our 3D printed ring race. This one is from Navarette Studios. Last night we painted this one. And each one obviously is getting a whole different theme, a different glow color right there. Here's another one from Navarette Studios, all painted on stream. Right there, very fun. Obviously done with the oil paint. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just posted, and please give Pascal a follow. This one has some tasty Rohan snacks right here. Again, with the reddish glow. And this one was fun. This is not from Navarette Studios. This is from Medusa Project, and that is the Knight of Umbar. Very much an aquatic theme, right there. So everybody, please give Pascal a follow. Thanks, Pascal. Oh, that's right. There's one more here, and that is our Harad themed Fell Beast and Ring Wraith. So I believe over the last 10 days we painted 6 of these things, something like that. Now, Pascal, wasn't sure if you were going to be streaming at all, given that it is Sunday there now. So yeah, wasn't sure if you were going to be streaming. That's going to be too late again. So we're going to back away from that here. Well, that's fantastic there, Pascal. And again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Pascal posted. There's some really incredible figures. Now, Pascal, are there any imminent competitions that you are working towards, or are these maybe some long-term projects? I know it was at Monte San Savino. That's not super far away, I don't think. At the SMC, okay. Well, definitely wishing you all the luck there, Pascal. And again, everybody, please check out that Instagram link because Pascal has some really fantastic miniatures there. Well, and busts and large scale. Actually, Pascal, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Nerixon. These are it's STL files, but it's very much like say CA Scopes and stuff like Big Child Creatives or Chimera or Pegaso models or whatever. Some 72 mil and above, really definitely art scopes, and I've got a number of those. I also have I have a large scale Eowyn. So you think these fell beasts are big? Oh my gosh, I have a fell beast in 72 millimeter scale. It is colossal, and it's been shall we say slain by Eowyn. That will be a series of videos for sure. Let me see. Catch a little more light on the end of that also here. Where's my blending brush? Well, that will suffice as a blending brush for right now. So it's Nerikson. I think it is Nerikson. I don't think there's a C in there. I don't. That's the key. Don't put a C in there. And it's Nerikson. I think. Do I have one that's put together? Well, this one doesn't have the. I still got to get the hair part of there, but it's definitely very much a kind of an art sculpt type thing. As you can see, it's a kind of a fairly large scale. Oh, here we go. I think this is Artemis. Yeah. So yeah, that's again, that's the Nerikson stuff. Now, if you do his Patreon, you do get whatchamacallit, some money off on my mini factory. He doesn't do very many sculpts every month, and he actually says that in his thing. He says, "Look, I don't do many sculpts during the month. That's because the ones that I do are hyper detailed." So yeah, Pascal, you can tell that he's spending extra time. Uh, Basically, things like muscles. Well, first of all, they move much more naturally, and then two, there's more depth to the faces. So it's a little bit more like just comparing sort of modern day statues with like say a statue of David, right, where you see kind of the texture in the skin and more musculature. And there's lots of different themes, right, Pascal? There's lots of different themes. So one of the ones I got was the kind of the lady wearing all the Western gear because I wanted to show how to paint. Use all of our different browns like this to paint leather and violets and everything else. So lots of different colors in the leather. I thought that could be a good another good tutorial video. Let me take some of this here. So not the green there. That's going to be more of that's that brown ochre color. Yeah, Pascal, I have one of them here. This is just the bottom part, and then I'll obviously be adding in this here. There you go. So this is there. I think there's one is spring and one is autumn or something like that. I have both of those. Oh, and here we go. We got this. So we will be doing a video series on this. So there's Artemis with the cat and the deer, I guess. See if I can get this back over here without knocking too many things over. So yeah, that is from Nerikson. Some of that we'll be painting some of those on stream too. But definitely some Patreon video series. Come on. There. Lighten up a little bit more on this part. Not so much up there. But down here, I think we can get a little more of our light. Cause yeah, light's gonna come down this way. Hey there, Full Wild. How you doing? Full Wild, definitely. There will be gap filling, no doubt about it. Because well, the pieces are kind of large, and well, those big pieces sometimes they can warp a little bit, and yeah, you will definitely be doing some gap filling. I mean, this one here, I had to do some serious sculpting on this one. The other Navarette Studios ones were really didn't have to do very much. All I needed was a little bit of the what is that? The liquid green stuff that took care of a bunch. But yeah, for this guy, it took some more serious sculpting. So great to see you again there, Full Well. Appreciate you being here. And as always, let's see, about 4 hours, 13 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. It was, as we call them, a paint-free object. It was a blank canvas miniature. Let me see. So Ty, you can use the regular green stuff, but oh, here we go. Good. Now you can also use. To me, they're kind of both one and the same. You can either use the liquid green stuff like this, or you can use the what is it? Vallejo makes plastic putty. That's it. They're kind of the same thing because that liquid green stuff and the whatchamacallit, well, epoxy sculpt would work too. The nice thing is you can sand those afterwards. So, like in here, there was a teensy bit of a gap. I used that liquid green stuff in here. Now, where over here, I had to actually sculpt that because, well, that was more mischievous out there. So get yourself some sleep there, Grand Oracle. I appreciate you being here. And again, I'll shoot you a message just to kind of fill you in because there's some craziness here. I think you heard me talking about it a little bit. I'll try and get you some more details on that too. So take care of yourself there, Grand Oracle. And like I said, I'll try and shoot you a message tomorrow. Now, I guess other folks, they actually take resin, right? Some of the printing resin, and they'll use one of those 405 flashlights or something like that, and basically flash cure it on the miniature, and especially with 3D prints. I tried using that once just as a water effect, and well, the outer portion was nice and cured. Everything inside remained uncured. So I tried that once, and I haven't done it since because that was not super helpful. So you can try the liquid green stuff. Also, too, again, epoxy sculpt. I absolutely love that because that's what I use for sculpting, just regular sculpting. Now, the nice thing with the epoxy sculpt is you can essentially water it down to the point where you can practically paint it on there. So then it becomes a little bit like, say, the plastic putty as far as its consistency. Here, we'll throw that in here. And now let's get to some of our darks down here on this guy. So we have a lot of lights in there. I'm going to try and get some of our darks back in here. Get a little bit of some skin tone on him here. more of that stuff out of there. Let me mix up. You know what? Let's go with this and our Intancerin blue. Nope, too much thinner. Gotta back off of that. Trying to get some more of my blue over there. Okay, now let's get even more of the Intancerin blue here. Also over there. That's yeah, full wild. I think. Well, I know I basically already fell asleep at least once on the stream here. I can always tell when I almost dropped the miniature. And that was about 2 hours ago, I think. Actually, almost fell asleep another time after that. Almost fell asleep on last night's stream a couple times. So thank you so much, Ghost Agent. Appreciate you being here. So Ghost Agent, the next stream I'm hoping to do would be on, well, my Monday. It will be Tuesday everywhere else. And hopefully we are doing the Navarette Studios version of the Knight of Umbar. Barring that, it would be something like either a Warg Chieftain or some trolls, some Angmar-ish type stuff. Or even Gullivar. Again, more Angmar monster type stuff. So much appreciated. Thank you so much, Ghost Agent. And now again, if it's the Knight of Umbar, he's going to have the same turquoise glow as what we did on this one right here. And again, I think I won't do the. I'm not going to sculpt the water effect and paint it. I will just let it. Yeah, I'm just going to take the water effects, the same water effects we use to make our waves. Right, that's not just painted on. There's actual waves sculpted in there, and that's done with our the same stuff we use for snow, for icicles. So T-Flux, we only use regular oil paints out of the tubes. Yeah, the Optilung stuff has been very unfortunate. They kind of crank up tons and tons of extra linseed oil in there because they're trying to stretch out their pigments a lot. So those tend to be very kind of on the slimy side. They take forever to dry. And well, it's ultimately cheaper just to use the regular artist oil paints. And as an example here, this was painted all with oils less than 24 hours ago. And as you can see, I've got it in my hands here. Well, even if I could paint that with the Optilungs, we went over the nifty colors, that could potentially take weeks to dry. And other folks noticed the same thing, so we kind of, we all noticed that together. It's like, whoa, what's going on with this stuff? Not sure, but we just figure there's got to be a ton of extra linseed oil in there. And again, price-wise, the regular artist oils will definitely be way cheaper. And our main brands, Windsor, Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin, and now Richardson is another one that we use. Yeah, we tried using those, and other folks did too, and we all just went right back to the regular oil paints. Is that gonna be too light? I don't think so. Well, Ty, you'll love the. Now, which Williamsburgs did you get there, T-Fix? Now there's the. Oh, where are you? Oh, actually, well, one of the things we've been using here is the Payne's Gray. Actually, this actually like this better than the Williamsburg Indigo. It's also very matte. And then, of course, where is? Oh, here it is. We've also been using this. That's the Payne's Gray Violet there. All right, we'll see you later there, Pascal. Thank you so much for being here. Again, everybody, please give Pascal a follow. Pascal, if you want to share, your link there real quick before you head on out to do all the house stuff there. Please go ahead and do that. And of course, again, give Pascal a follow. Let's see. It's a full wild. Lots of folks they've talked about the schminky stuff as being kind of like the European Williamsburg or whatever, and then the Miami. I think maybe I have one of those. I thought I had one of the schminky colors. Tifa, now did you see the? Oh gosh, where's the one with the bust? Oh, can't quite reach that one, or is it up here? Don't know where that one is, but oh, this one here. So with the pre-glaze of the Payne's Gray, you could kind of get something a bit like that. But yeah, remember that bust? Um, I think it was the latest painting bust episode actually, and we used it was a two-part series, right? And we used was it a color theory in oils where we were comparing the Payne's Gray Violet and the regular Williamsburg Payne's Gray. You know what? I'm gonna step back even more towards the dark middle tone there. Nativa, I don't know if you've tried the darker primer method yet. Obviously, that's something we use on the streams all the time. But the darker primer method has been really interesting to use, especially on something like this, right, where it's really almost impossible to get at some areas and do the traditional pre-glaze. So yeah, on stuff like this, the darker primer approach has worked out very well. And of course, like the Book of Wobbles states, right, the Egyptian violet is the king of violets. Everything else is just purple. T-Fix said that there's definitely stuff that I use to fall asleep by. They're mostly documentaries that have played so many times that they actually do. I actually use those to go to sleep by. I will be trying to do that tonight to get the 3-4 hours of sleep that I might be able to get tonight. But yeah, that video with the it's a two-part series, and I think it's the latest in the painting bust series, and that really gets into the and that's when we found out that the Payne's Gray and the Payne's Gray Violet are both they may not. They're not like Egyptian violet or Indian yellow staining ability, but they got some. They're certainly at least in line with, say, Perline Black and your Phthalo colors. Hey there, Nerifel. Nice to see ya. Let me see. Do we have? Well, now somebody else that has some violet. It's like, hey, stop doing the pipe weed over here. This is my stream. It's like it's not pipe weed. It's just like magic smoke. Ah, yeah. That's what Gandalf calls it too. Magic smoke. Yeah, T. I actually, well, like I was saying earlier, I fell asleep once on stream. Almost dropped this thing. I know last night I almost fell asleep on stream twice. Actually, no, it was twice tonight, a couple times last night. Let me see if I can't make this a little lighter in here with the here the sir touch of our ice blue in there. Back here. So as Armored Wolf says, hashtag no sleep in Wampelville. We will get more of our violet out here. Well, they have Indanthrone blue with some of the violet anyways. A little more right in there. What's happening down here? We'll get some of this over here. So great to see you, Nerifel. If you want to share anything in the chat, Nerifel, please go ahead. And of course, T, if you want to share anything that you've been painting with the oil paints in the chat so people can see what's possible, that's fantastic. What do we got going on here? There's a little bit more of our light right in there. Okay, that starts to make a little more sense next to that. Over here, I think we can actually sneak in a little bit more of this this stuff over here. Let me again look. My hand is on that brush, right? Nowhere near that metal ferrule. So everybody, let's see. So hopefully that's gonna work out. Posting it there, and then folks can go check it out. Oh, let me. Oh yeah. Oh, that's yeah. Sorry there, Tifa. Yeah. Well, if it's unfortunately. Sorry about that. Yeah, Kingdom Death. Well, Twitch close. That's what Stila always put on miniatures so that Stila could paint them on Twitch. So yeah, sorry about that. Because yeah, these well, so actually, so a lot of the folks watch these. They have some youngsters with them, and also too sometimes we put these up on the YouTubes there. Oh wow, we can get that a little lighter there. All right, we'll lighten that. Oh, definitely up here. Right there. Bring out a little more of a light over here. Tia actually do have some Kingdom Death. Armored Wolf and I, we were able to secure some at at Gen Con, and I was hoping to actually do some painting videos on those for the Patreon page, because well, I think they all had object source lighting. The ones we focused on were ones that definitely would be good for some object source lighting videos. Touch, it's a little lighter than we wanted it to be. No problem. We will use this to tone that down. Got a decent amount of light in there. We're going to have a little more here. Perhaps a bit more down there, and then spread that out. So let me see. So 4 hours, 33 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. Now, actually, T, have you noticed significant, shall we say, speed improvements there as you're able to work through those? So hopefully that the oils have been able to really cut down on some of the time, or at least the time spent kind of doing the initial stages, and then it gives you more time to kind of do the snazzier stuff. All right, we got that in there. Try to get some more of the light over in here. What's happening down? Oh yeah, some of that. A little more. Too much. Too much. But that's what our blending brushes are for. Yeah, there's just so many amazing effects, and it happens so easily. It all just happens so easily. Like here, okay, we gotta backtrack and get some of our light in there, and now again, we'll take a blending brush like this, and we'll spread that around. Let's do this again, but more towards the blue here, because we kind of didn't have anything right there. Now we'll try that again with this blending brush. Blending brush there. A little bit more here. Maybe I will try to make some of this stuff up here a little later. Yeah. Well, that was. I think I could swear I have that. Swear I have that figure. That is definitely something that would make some very interesting oil painting vids, no doubt about it. Let me hit you there. Touch more light there. Oh yeah, this. These talons, they're going to be difficult to get to, but that is what the oils allow us to do. Okay, there we go. Now we can get to them. That's it. And then the blending brush, because, well, they're kind of in shadow anyway, so we don't want to go too crazy with lights and darks on there. I think we can get away with some dry brushy stuff there. Now this, I think I'm going to actually step away from something and put more of the violet in there. Do I go back to my original blending brush? Sure. Now I could do a final sort of indanthrone blue. You know, let me try that in a couple of spots here. First, here, let me maybe clean out this brush. There's my paper towel. Well, there's an awful lot of the violet in there. Holy smokes. There's the violet. And then the indanthrone blue once again. And just a little bit of the darker dry brush over a couple of spots here. Maybe no more of the indanthrone blue. Less of the violet. And that might also enhance some of the lighter stuff that we've done. Out here for sure. Yep. Some of that down in here. Hit this again. More of the more of the indanthrone blue here, and we'll hit that too. And now we should have. Now that's gonna definitely make that turn. More transition there now for sure. And all that is just a very gentle dry brush of some of our dark back in there. Do that up here maybe. I might get that little bend over there. Yeah, that worked. Ooh, I'm gonna get that down here too. That worked out pretty well. When in doubt, make things darker. And by doing that, see our lighter areas, they look that much lighter. Hey there, Irid, nice to see ya. So T, are you using the Stynylrez primer? If you're using Rattlecan primer or Vallejo primer or anything like that, that is definitely going to be mischievous and cause those kind of things. So the primer definitely can be a bugaboo. How you doing there, Eric? If you want to post your Pinterest links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And Eric, I hope that your stream today was really good. Although, yeah, I think you were still. Well, I know it was a debate, right? That you, if you were going to be able to, because of Thanksgiving plans and such. Ah, the stream was good. Okay, that's fantastic. So again, everybody, please give Eric Cam Wave a follow. All right, there we go. Here, let's get some of that stuff out of the line of sight there. Also, that too. So yeah, that stuff is definitely going to be a problem with the oils for sure. Because I mean, that's, well, we gave up on Vallejo primer a long, long time ago. And again, if you're overseas or something like that, the MIG Ammo one-shot primer is Stynylrez. It's literally made by, it's made by Badger. It's got a different label on it, but it's Stynylrez. I was there in the factory seeing it being made. So, yep, it is definitely Stynylrez. And that's what I've been using the Stynylrez primer, good grief, since forever. So, yep, that is definitely going to be a problem there. Now, all I can say is I think you want to try either the MIG Ammo one shot or see if you can't get the actual Stynylrez. Because we tried when we first got it because we thought, oh, there's these different colors, and we didn't even like it for acrylics, much less oils. So sadly, yeah, that was one of those things that kind of died hard. Also, the expense too. Do I want to add a couple? Oh, I'm going to add a couple more of our smaller dots here. We'll just keep using our violet for that. That is the Payne's Gray Violet. That one can be larger too, yeah. Work on it here with a larger one, maybe. Alright, that works. No, I need to get my paper towel back here and just get all the stuff out of there. And then do some tap, tap, tap here. To fade all of that. I've got my violet here with some of the Van Dyke brown. And just going to hit some of this down in here. Hard to reach. But there we go. They will just let us get right down in there. More of the Van Dyke brown down in there. Nope, I'm just gonna get some of the paint out of there. Push that around just like what we were doing on the wings. Now, let me see if I can't Something a little lighter out here. It's pretty much the same stuff we were using on the wings, perhaps. That might have a little too much green in it. Throw some of that out here. I wonder. Oh, wait a second here. Well, let me grab some more violet here. Do we have a smidge of white to go in there? That's a little thinner than I was thinking at first, but let's see how this is gonna roll. That was helpful for sure. Now here, yeah, some of our violet. Now let me get a little more of the fast matte white right in this zone here. Yeah. So that does it. And we'll fade that little bit of bright light there. Now it's speaking of brighter. That's gonna, nope, lighter than that. Lighter than that. A little bit more of our weight there. Yeah. I might hit the smoke a little more over here, but then let's not forget our blending brush. See if I can make that a little lighter over here too. On the shoulder of our fell beast. This again is where I had to do some sculpting. Good enough there. Nope, not lighter there. Let's try. Get a little bit more of my white in there. A little bit of it right there. Okay, good enough. Good enough. No more there. I think what we'll try to do is lighten this up a touch more here. There we go. Because that actually is a little turn to it this way. It's not a flat thing. And one last little bit here. Now, I guess as we approach the 5-hour mark, and now it's after 3 a.m. here, I am going to zoom out a little bit so we can see our final result here. And then we can also say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Also, thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Appreciate that too. And hopefully for our Monday stream, we will have the basically the Navarette version of the here. That would be the not the Dark Marshal, but the Knight of Umbar. There we go. So see you later there, Bithron, and thank you so much, Armored Wolf, and see you later, T. Appreciate you being here. And everybody, there's your Instagram links there. So check those out, and see you later there, Recoil. I hope that you get a chance to do your stream, and glad you're able to take the bike out on a run there. And thanks for all the additional images there. Oh, and obviously looking forward to the Moomock. Right here, let me zoom out. Let me zoom out here so we can see. Boom, there we go. So this one a little bit different, right, than all of the other ones. So thank you so much, T. Appreciate that, and see you later there, Bithron. I'm gonna get that countdown underway here. It is more Lord of the Rings content there. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you guys on Monday. Sorry, I have to take off. See you later there, Full Wild. Have a good one.